hope that everyone is well. Now, why are we doing Royal Rumble 1991? It's a good question. It's because WWE Vault are doing Royal Rumble 1991, and we're going to piggyback off the back of that. We did it last year. We're going to try and continue to do it this year as well. I'm really interested every time that the Vault show a historic show that we're, if we're available, going to do a watch-along, because they kind of do all the promotion for us. They kind of shout about it, and then we slip in and we do our little watch-along whilst they air it on the Vault channel. So if you are wondering, when's it starting? Why are we doing it? You need to go to WWE Vault's YouTube channel. They're going to be starting this show in 57 minutes. The reason why we're doing Royal Rumble is, of course, we're getting close to this year's Rumble. So it's going to be in a couple of weeks, or, yeah, I think it's like 2 weeks yesterday. It's going to be the 2026 Royal Rumble. Next weekend, of course, we've got Saturday night's main event. We're going to be live for that next weekend. They may even do another Rumble on the Sunday. They haven't announced anything yet. But I would be down for doing that because on Saturday, we'll be doing Saturday night's main event. It's going to be the first one since John Cena retired. And then on the Sunday, there's every chance they'll do another Royal Rumble on the Vault. So we could have a pretty busy weekend next weekend. A couple of things to talk about in regards to this Royal Rumble. We can just quickly run through the card. There are some really interesting things about this Rumble that you need to know if you don't know. So the card, Rockers against Orient Express, Big Boss Man against the Barbarian, Sergeant Slaughter against Ultimate Warrior, Mountie against Coco Beware, Ted DiBiase and Virgil against Dusty Rhodes and his son Dustin Rhodes, not Cody Rhodes, Dustin Rhodes, obviously would go on to be Goldust. They're teaming together. And then we've got Hogan, Earthquake. I think we've got Undertaker, Jake the Snake Roberts, Bret Hart, Jimmy Superfly Snuka, the British Bulldog, Mr. Perfect, Warlord, Nasty Boys. The list goes on and on and on. We got a pretty stacked Royal Rumble. The thing that you need to know about this Rumble, and about this time period in particular, is that America is at war. They are at war. We've got the whole Gulf War kicking off, and it literally kicks off around this event. I heard, actually, war was announced the day of the event. And so there's a lot of stuff going on politically in the world. America is at war. And it's all to do, I think, with, is it Iraq invading Kuwait? And it's all like to do with oil and blah, 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 blah. But the reason why that's important is because, of course, we've got the Iraqi sympathizer, Sergeant Slaughter. He's going to be trying to get the WWE Championship from the Ultimate Warrior. And so WWE are actually using the war as part of their storyline. It would be like WWE doing something with the Greenland situation right now, or the Venezuela situation. It'd be like WWE doing something with that in 2026, like right now in the Rumble, having someone kind of be a Venezuelan sympathizer, or I don't know, pro Greenland being taken over, and blah, 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 right? Bringing politics into wrestling is a very controversial thing to do, right? And it was very controversial here as well. So, you know, Sergeant Slaughter was getting death threats, and yeah, that kind of hangs over this show. I think Roddy Piper at the start, if my memory serves me right, cuts quite a passionate promo about our boys are going to go over there, they're going to give them what for and all this stuff, because, yeah, war is, like, literally only just broken out over there, and America are kind of sending people, and they're on the way. So that hangs heavy over this show. I'm looking forward to watch. I've seen it quite a few times, this show, And I got a few other little facts about the show, but we'll get to that when we get to that. I'd rather use this time. We've got, what, 50 odd minutes. I would rather use this time to get into anything you want to talk about, and that might not be Royal Rumble 91. That might be where we are right now, and we can have those conversations. And actually, I've seen, need to get a couple of super chats done first. So, keep the dream, shout out to you. Would you bring Tiffy back as a heel? Would you bring Tiffy back as a heel? I haven't thought about it, to be honest. I would want to look at the roster first. I mean, the way that I would go about it is I would look at the rosters and I would see what needs what. I mean, she's on SmackDown, so I think we're in a need for baby faces on SmackDown. So I think I would probably at the moment look to keep her as a babyface because SmackDown needs that. And she is a babyface. I think she would work as a heel. It's just, can the roster accommodate it? Because we've got Chelsea, we've got Jade, we've got Julia. I feel like we've got quite a few heels. If you bring in Tiffany, where's the baby faces that are going to go up against them? I mean, could you move her over to Raw? Could Raw accommodate or do a swap or something? But, you know, the rosters are a real problem at the moment. So I think that would be my starting point. I think Tiffany as a heel will happen at some point. I don't know if that is now because of where the rosters are. So that would be my concern, is if you do like Turner, who's going to feud with her. So we got to get them rosters sorted. So I think my answer would be no. I think I'd bring her back as a babyface, but I think that she would work well as a heel. She did that down in NXT, and she was good as a heel. I actually think there's not much to her as a character. So you can kind of cover that over with her just getting cheap heat by her just telling the crowd to shut up. You know, and it's Tiffy time. I mean, the thing is, it's Tiffy time for me is a little bit annoying. She just keeps doing that. And there's no depth to this character. I mean, what you see is what you get, and there is not really much else going on, right? If you turned a heel, then, you know, that would kind of cover over the fact that we've pretty much seen everything she can do. It would also cover over the fact that I don't think her promo game is the best. I think that she could then start dropping in just a little bit of cheap heat stuff, as we said. So I think it would work. No concerns with like, oh, I don't think she can do it. I actually think it might work better, but I don't know that now is the time because of where the rosters are. You might need to just stick with her being a face until we flip and get a draft done. So we might need to keep her as a face on this side of Mania, and maybe we can start thinking about it post-Mania, but yeah, God, we desperately need a draft. We've needed a draft for so long. Good question, though, because I definitely see the thought process. She was good as a heel in NXT. David says Cody eliminates Gunther in 91, just like in 2026. Well, you think Cody eliminates Gunther? That's interesting. I need to do my Rumble predictions next weekend. I haven't really thought at that level of detail. Like, obviously, you think who's going to win, who might get down to the final four, but haven't really gone into the detail of... That'd be a good video, actually. A video of not only who wins, but who's going to eliminate who and why. Who's going to be... First of all, who's all the guys that's going to be in the Rumble? What order are they going to enter in? Who's going to eliminate who? Why is it happening that way? What's the final four? And who's going to be the winner? I mean, basically, book out the Rumble. That would take a lot of thought. But it would probably be a pretty fun video to do. I just don't have the time for these things. That's the only problem. I'd love to do that. I think that would be a really interesting video. Like, who are you starting off? Who's the two that starts the Rumble off and why? Who's your final four and why? and who I think the winner is one of the easier things really to discuss. I mean, for me, it's Roman Reigns or Braun Breaker. You could maybe have Sammy in the mix, but I don't think so. Sammy might even be going up against Drew earlier in the evening. Doesn't mean he can't be in the Rumble as well, but I don't think he's going to get a title shot earlier in the show and then go on to win the Rumble. I don't think that's going to happen personally. So, yeah, I think that we could be getting a pretty straightforward Rumble with Roman or Braun getting the win. So, interesting. You think Cody eliminates Gunther. That might then set up Cody Gunther for WrestleMania. Aaron said, I should go back and watch those 90s Rumbles. I find it hard to watch wrestling without the watch-alongs, and I've not seen this Rumble. Oh, okay. Aaron, shout out to you, but, well, hopefully we can bring some entertainment here. This was actually a very, very successful Rumble. The buy rate on this was very, very good. I don't know why it felt like, not peak Hulkamania, but I would say this was the peak for the golden era in the 90s. This does really, really well. I think I heard that the next Royal Rumble to do as well as this was 99 or something like that. It was like Rumble 99. So, you know, this performs better than the WrestleMania this year. It outdoes the WrestleMania. There was more people engaged with this than when we actually get to WrestleMania 7. And as a Rumble, it does better than any other Rumble going all the way up to basically the end of the 90s. So this is a very successful show. It's a very, very successful show. I don't know why. I mean, like, it's the Rumble, so the Rumble's always going to be interesting. Maybe part of it is because Hogan's chasing, and we're just not used to Hogan chasing so much. And plus also, I think by this time, Rumble had been around for a couple of years by this time. So I think people kind of, you know, knew how it worked, what it was about. The excitement was real on this one. But why this does so much better than, say, 92? I mean, this does better than 92 from a pay-per-view buy rate, which is weird, because 92 is the one where the belt is on the line in the Rumble and is regarded as one of the great Rumbles, but does not perform as well as 91. 91 is it's a great success. 16,000. We're at the Miami Arena, and yeah, looking forward. I think we might have done a watch along for this before. I'm not sure. It's a show that I've seen quite a few times. I mean, God, when you're a kid, the Rumbles are incredible. Even when you're an adult, they're incredible. But when you want to learn about different wrestlers, the fact there's a show where every 2 minutes they just spit out a new wrestler, like, it's a great way to learn about some of the new different wrestlers that are out there. Learn about, like, you know, who you need to be aware of and whatnot as you're trying to piece things together as you grow up. So Rumbles were always ones that I would go back to revisit time and time and time again. I had this on videotape, found it at a car boot. Don't know how many times I watched it. Same with the ones from the 80s, 90s. I mean, when I was going to car boots, it was probably like 94, 95. So, as I keep saying, there wasn't loads for me to, like, catch up with. It's not like there was loads of pay-per-view shows I needed to find at that time. We're only talking 94, 95. I mean, first like, pay-per-view show, kind of WrestleMania 1. It's not technically pay-per-view, but, kind of WrestleMania 1. Which was 85. So there's like 10 years worth of shows I need to find. And, most years they were just doing 1, 2. Obviously, they would start doing 4 shows a year. But it's not like there was loads for me to have to catch up with. Whereas now, blooming now, could you imagine if I was doing car boots now, trying to buy all the old pay-per-views on DVD or something? Blooming now. Where would you even start? Humble Rumble said this is like peak Hogan and Warrior. Oh, it's so good, isn't it? It is really good. I flipping love the golden era. So good. Harmon said, when do we think Kevin Owens will return? If it's in the Rumble, I think he should feud with Jericho. I'm not expecting him in the Rumble. Kevin Owens' injury is, serious, like, might not ever return to wrestling serious. There's been no word of him being in the Rumble. I'm not expecting him to be in the Rumble. I don't expect him at WrestleMania. I genuinely don't know when we see him again. It's going to be one of those where I don't know if we will hear anything like before he comes back, but I don't know, man. Haven't even heard about him getting back to training, or haven't heard anything on it. So, not a name I'm expecting. If he was to come out, it would be a true shock. Connor said, "Who do we think is going to win the Fatal 4-Way on Saturday?" I'm leaning Sammy. I mean, look, the champ's Drew, so you don't go trick too soon, and also that would be heel against heel, so you don't do that. That leaves you the other three. So Randy, Sammy, and is it Damian? It could be any of those three. The Damian and Drew have got history. Sammy and Drew have got a bit of history, and Randy and Drew have got history. All three of them are baby faces. All three of them would be fine to have a title match because the title match is not the focus for the Rumble. The focus for the Rumble event is the Rumble. So I always feel like the title match kind of goes a little under the radar on these ones because everyone's talking about who's going to win the Rumble, what surprises are we getting. The title match is there, but it's not the big deal it would be if it was WrestleMania or SummerSlam. So, if this was WrestleMania, I would be like, you can't do Damian. Damian doesn't feel like he's been built up. He doesn't feel like he's big enough. You could maybe make that same argument with Sammy. Doesn't really feel like he's been built up. Doesn't really feel like he's big enough. I'd probably be leaning towards Randy if this was going to be WrestleMania, but it's not. It's the Rumble event, and the Rumble is the big focus, so it can be any of those three. There is no reason, really, I can give you as to why it can't be any of those. Haven't heard of any alternative forthcoming matches for any of them. So, yeah, any of those three could get it. I think Drew gets out of Rumble with the belts. I don't think you take it off him so soon. So, it could be any of those three. I am going to lean Sammy. I'm just going to lean Sammy. He's been talking a lot about going for the title. There was word that he might win the Rumble. I think if we have now abandoned that, they might give him this title match instead. And actually, a week... We're in Montreal for the Fatal 4-Way. Sammy winning there would make sense. That's where the 4-Way is in Canada. Sammy wins, goes to the Rumble, battles against Drew. Drew cheats. Sammy's robbed. Does that help make Sammy look like he is ready for a world title if he comes so close and is cheated? Does that just give him something to talk about as we head further into 2026? Drew keeps a hold of the belt by the skin of his teeth. Sammy wins in Canada in that Fatal 4-Way. I'm going to go with that for the reasons that I've stated. But it could be any of those three. Triple A is edited. It's on local TV if you didn't know, says William. William, hello. Sean, hello. WWE wasn't the best in 2025, but all companies have ups and downs. Yes, that is true. HQ Last Kicker said, where are they showing this? It's on WWE Vault. Joel, it's so hard to understand where the cut is. I don't like it with the app names, It's kind of hard to know where the first name ends, the second name starts. Joel, I'll go with that. I think SummerSlam is when Sammy gets a shot at the title. Could be. I think they're definitely building him to a title shot. It's just when is he going to get there? David said TKO CFO Andrew announced that there's going to be 3 PLEs in Saudi Arabia this year. Harmon said, "You sound ill. Are you okay?" No, I feel fine. I might have a little something in my nose. I don't know. It's winter, but no, feel fine. Avenged Emmett said, "Days, as a WWE fan, do we believe we're conditioned to mediocrity, etc., returns moments, and underwhelming title reigns?" No, I don't think so. I think actually the fan base expects more than WWE has ever really delivered. History have just like pushed stories forwards, had so matches, and you know, we haven't really, outside of say the Attitude Era or maybe times during Ruthless Aggression, we haven't really had periods where it's just craziness non-stop. Oh my god, this is insane. As I said, I think you could say the Attitude Era was reflective of that, but I think the thing with the Attitude Era is there was a lot of rubbish during the Attitude Era. There was a lot of bad matches. We had this conversation the other day about how the women were used. I mean, really, the Attitude Era was simple. We're going to shock you. We're going to try and shock you. We're going to try and, you know, create a buzz. And it doesn't really matter about the match quality. Doesn't really matter if we overstep any lines. It doesn't really matter if we're being sexist, or it doesn't really matter. We're going to shock you. That's our goal. We want you to tune in and go, whoa. One way or another, right? That was in WWE's history, goes back to the 60s, goes back actually before that, but they came out of the NWA in the early 60s, standing on their own 2 feet. So let's say, you know, the first WWE champion is recognized as Buddy Rogers. That's, I think, 63. That, for me, is when it starts, even though it does go before that, when it was in the NWA. So my point is, we have got a long period of time of WWE, and it's only like an Attitude Era, which is like, what, 97 to 2002-ish, about 4 or 5 years. And then a bit in Ruthless Aggression, certainly in those earlier years. I would say where you can find shows that are like that. And you might find the odd show dotted throughout the other years. But I think by and large, it's WWE is really giving you content which is kind of pretty normal. This is kind of what WWE is. It's stories, characters, star power, moving things forwards, talking points. But what you're looking for is you're looking for, you know, a big moment. You're looking for something that makes you go, oh, yeah, that was worth watching. I suppose what you're trying to avoid are those shows where it's like, you didn't need to watch this. If you got the results and, you know, maybe got told about this moment, which was not that big, that was it. That was the show. I mean, those are the shows that are disappointing. But shows where you actually get something a bit more than that, something that's, you know. But those kind of returns or heel turns or team splitting up, those kind of moments where there's like a true talking point. We shouldn't really look down on those as being like, oh, there was only one like big talking point on this show. Because to be honest, if you're writing 104 shows a year, because there's 52 Raws, 52 Smackdowns, so one for every week, that's 104 Raws and Smackdowns, and then you've got 12 PLEs, so that takes you up to, what, 116 shows with your PLEs. Then you've got some Saturday night's main events. I think there's 4 of those. I think you're looking about 120 shows a year, not including NXT, right? Not including NXT. I think you're looking ballpark 120 shows a year, Raw, SmackDown, pay-per-views, and Saturday night's main events. 120 shows a year. Your goal using the wrestlers is to tell stories, have feuds, showcase the wrestlers, put them in matches across those 120 shows. And obviously, you know, turns and swerves and all that kind of stuff. And that's your goal, basically. That's what creative are tasked with. That's what Triple H is tasked with. And I think WWE do that. I think that there is a formula for that. I think we know that formula. We recognize that formula. So many matches, punctured with a couple of promo segments. Main event gets more time than the rest of the show. Opening match might get a bit more time than the rest of the show. You always start the second hour with a big promo or a big match or something that's going to convince people to stay. You do the same with the third hour as well. You can see the rhythms of how you would put a show together. It's quite formulaic. And I think that's a formula, a structure that WWE has used for a considerable amount of time now. So I don't think that we're programmed to mediocrity. I just think that WWE has always sort of been the way that it is. But I think that when we had the Bloodline, that was a massive story that was weaved through the show that really did kind of take the oxygen out the room. That was the focus. That's what everyone was focused on. That's what carried the company. And it was so good. And it is true, I can't remember, it might have been Hasib or someone that said, if we go back and watch those shows from 2024, will we see like non-stop amazing shows? Or were the shows actually a lot like now, but just with the Bloodline cooking? And I think the truth is the latter. I think if you go back to 2023, 2024, I don't think you're going to find non-stop amazing shows. I don't think they were. I mean, we still had Nia Jax around. We still had, like, Sonya Deville, Shayna Baszler. You know, these are talents that, in my mind, never really cooked. You know, Shayna Baszler was okay. But, I mean, I remember her being in a lot of nothing tag teams. Nia Jax, I don't know that she's ever massively had a run that's, like, blown people away. So, you know, these guys were around. You know, we had Maximum Male Models. I mean, that was a couple of years ago. People don't think of these things when they think about 2023, 2024. They don't think about these things. They don't think about LA Knight coming up as Max Dupree, right? They think about White Rabbit. They think about Liv and Rhea. They think about the Bloodline. And so if you ask a lot of people about was 2025 as good as 2023 or 2024, they would tell you, no, big step down, right? And I'm not saying they're wrong, but I think the truth is that actually what happened was 2022, 2023, 2024, we had Bloodline, like, really getting our attention, weaved throughout the show. Like, you would watch a segment that's like so, not too interested in it, because we're going to get to the Bloodline segment. We're going to get to the good stuff, right? So you had this structure that really works. Now you don't have that. You don't have that amazing main event story. We didn't have that in 2025. The main event story on Raw was The Vision, which was undercooked. And the main event story over on SmackDown was John and his retirement run, and John being a heel, which did not deliver. And obviously he was not around all that much. And, you know, those are your two big stories. They do not replace Bloodline. They are nowhere near close enough in quality to replace the Bloodline story. So if your top end is not working, then all that's left is that kind of soft underbelly, which I think you will find if you go back to 2024, 2023, 2022. So I don't think that we're conditioned to enjoy mediocrity. I think that we are watching a show that has largely been this way for a long time. It's, you know, WWE has never worried about match quality in the way that I would imagine AEW does. I mean, I would imagine if you tune into AEW, you'd probably see, like, better matches. I don't know that they've got bigger stars. You know, WWE spends a lot of time working on its presentation, on its graphics, on its character kind of presentation, the poses, you know, these kinds of things. It spends a long time on entrances. If you think about Jay's entrance, Seth's entrance, you know, you think about what Kit Wilson's just got now, right? WWE puts a lot of focus on those things because it knows that that builds stars, and it knows that stars bring viewers. It's not necessarily match quality that brings viewers. It's star power that brings viewers. And so WWE, you know, long ago became sports entertainment, and long ago stepped away from, you know, I don't know that it ever massively worried about match quality. I feel like what happened was everyone was kind of, is this real? Is it not real? Right? What am I watching here? Right? In the 80s, 70s, people kind of knew, but they didn't really know. Kayfabe was alive and well. Then in the 90s, we get the rise of the internet. As a result of that, and certainly Montreal Screwjob and Vince coming out, and, you know, there's court papers, and, you know, there's different things that kind of expose the business, documentaries, whatnot. As a result of all of these things, people know that it's not true. So WWE, you know, all of a sudden has to just try and build up its star power and become sports entertainment and give you good storylines and kind of rely on that to survive. I mean, to be honest, if WWE had kept delivering content like the 60s in the 2000s, it probably would have died. Because you go back to the 60s, there's a lot of people putting holds on, right? Trying to wear their opponent down. It's quite slow. You could say boring, but it was not boring at the time because people believed in what they were watching. They believed this was two people battling to try and win a match, and winning this match was important, you know. So it was kind of like, this is important, and I really want my guy to win, and that was important back in the 60s. But you kind of go forward to the 2000s when people know what they're watching is scripted, predetermined. You wouldn't get away with that. So if there was ever a time to start improving your match quality, it was then. I would say WWE does obviously improve its match quality over time by bringing in more moves, bringing in more agility. We see a lot more risks being taken now. We see a lot more ACL injuries now as a result. So, you know, I would say that they have made improvements there as time has gone by. But, yeah, it's not one that is high on WWE's agenda when it comes to, like, list of important things. They've seen improvement, but I don't know that WWE is ever going to be what AEW is trying to be, which is, you know, wrestling first. WWE is star power first. And that seems to show in the ratings that it's the right approach. So, I don't know, when we talk about me, I really like this question, which is why I'm giving it so much time. Are we conditioned to mediocrity? I don't believe so. I believe that WWE has always been delivering kind of what it's been delivering. I think we went through a period in the 2000s where we had Bloodline, and that elevated it. I don't think WWE have ever massively cared about their in-ring product. And does that equate to mediocrity? How are we judging what mediocrity is? Because I grew up watching WWE, a WWE product that is not too dissimilar to where we are now, and I loved it. I fell in love with it. It certainly was not mediocre to me as a kid, and when I was watching Bloodline, it was not mediocre to me. And, you know, I suppose WWE is very good at having moments, more so than having consistently outstanding shows. But then I don't watch AEW. Are they having consistently outstanding shows? I mean, I'd like to think if they were, their ratings would be better than they are right now. They certainly weren't having consistently outstanding shows when I was watching, hence why I stopped. There was a lot about what they were doing that I found very frustrating. So, yeah, really interesting question. I feel like we could go and dig into that more and more and more. I feel like we probably spent a bit too long on it anyway. But, yeah, I hope there was a few little bits in there that people found interesting. Or, again, I've said before, when it comes to these streams and our Raw streams, our Smackdown streams, I don't get chance, obviously, as I'm thinking and talking, to like be reading the chat. I hope people are kind of putting their thoughts in at the same time. I think that makes this such an interesting place to hang out, because not only are we having quite in-depth conversations about wrestling and history of wrestling, but it means that as you're kind of watching, you can see all those kind of live comments coming through from the community. I massively encourage that. Yeah, love that. So very good. I like that. I like that question a lot. Very good. Alfie said, the wrestling world, which definitely heightened emotions of the matches for Ray to win, I think is amazing, says Alfie. What is your favorite Rumble? 2006 is the year I was born. Ray winning, Death of Eddie is still upon the wrestling world. Alfie, shout out to you. I get asked about my favorite Rumble quite a bit, and my number one has not changed for a long time, and it's 92. The reason for that is, it's a boring answer, but genuinely, when I was watching all those Rumbles as a kid, 92 stood out to me as being a Rumble of true significance, because I think it just massively helps. The belt is on the line in the Rumble. I mean, if ever you've got a Rumble where the winner of the Rumble is going to be champion, that automatically stands out from a lot of other Rumbles, because a lot of other Rumbles are just like, you're going to win an opportunity to go to WrestleMania. Whereas with this one, the winner of the Rumble gets the belt, and you do always wonder, I always wonder, are they going to go with a complete outsider? Because they could. They absolutely could. Could it be that someone that has never won, you know, if the belt was on the line in this year's Rumble, Sami Zayn would have to be a favorite. We're in Saudi Arabia. It's a great way of putting the belt on him, because he doesn't have to beat someone one-on-one. He's just got to get them over the top rope. I mean, he can largely stay out of the way until you get down to the final two, and then he's just got to get the other guy over the top rope, whoever that guy might be. And then he could become like WWE champion. So you've always got that feeling in your mind of how big have they gone with the booking, right? Now, obviously, I wasn't thinking along these lines as a kid, but it was an amazing story, 92, because you've got Bobby Heenan on commentary, who is like Ric Flair's right-hand man. And he is talking about how this is the day Flair's going to do it. This is the day Flair's going to be champion, all this kind of stuff. Like, and then, of course, Flair comes out super early. I can't remember if it's 1 or 2. It might have been 3. It was one of the first 3 numbers. But he comes out super early in that Rumble. And, you know, Heenan on commentary is just absolutely losing it. This is not fair to Flair. And he's ranting and raving. You have got Heenan and Gorilla on commentary at their absolute best. Heenan and Gorilla had been presenting primetime wrestling throughout the 80s, and they are, in my mind, the greatest duo in WWE history. I wouldn't put anyone above Gorilla and Bobby. They're the greatest duo in WWE history. They are so entertaining together, and like, their relationship is a weird relationship, because you got Gorilla, who's, you know, a big guy, former wrestler, used to be a heel, but actually now as a commentator and a presenter, he's very babyface. He's there for the viewer. And then you've got like the Weasel, Bobby the Brain, on the smaller side, and he is just out for himself. He's out for his family. He is someone that is obviously a massive heel in the company, and they had such a close friendship. They actually like loved each other, and I'm sure you've seen Heenan's Hall of Fame speech where he's like in tears saying, I just wish Gorilla was here for this moment, when Bobby goes in the Hall of Fame, because Gorilla, of course, passes away relatively young. And I mean, them two on commentary just take that show to a different stratosphere. It's crazy to say that commentators make a show, but genuinely, I think that is true. I think if you was to have Vince and someone else as the commentators for Rumble 92, it loses at least half of its appeal. At least half. They are the exact right people for that assignment. So the fact the belt's on the line, the fact you've got them two on commentary, the fact that you've got this story of Flair trying to win it from early in the Rumble. The fact that it is just Hall of Famer after Hall of Famer after I mean, it is just person you know or have heard of, right? A legend, followed by person you know or have at least heard of because they're a legend. Like coming out every 2 minutes, you're like, this. Every time you watch it, you go, this might be the most stacked Rumble ever. Like, ever. It is just incredible. So 92 is always my go-to. 2006 is amazing. Of course, I'm totally with you. Ray winning is an amazing moment. Very, very emotional. And I would always go 2000. The 2000, I don't know why, but I remember like watching it, and it's so hard to kind of put into words how weird late 90s, early 2000s was, just in the world in general. If you weren't there, it was a bit of a party, to be honest. I think part of it was because of the age I was at. I didn't really have any responsibilities at that time in my life. So, you know, I was young, I was carefree, right? And everyone's talking about the new millennium. I mean, if you think whenever we get to a new year, everyone's like got New Year's resolutions, gonna change my ways. Well, can you imagine going from 1999 to the year 2000 and a whole new millennium starting? Like, that feeling of like new millennium, new me, was real. And that idea that, like, you know, just gonna party like it's 1999. Do you remember that song from Prince? He released that, like, flipping, I think in the 80s, talking about we're gonna party like it's 1999. It was a different time. It felt like the world lost its mind for a few years. And I would say the world didn't really get back on track, like get back to being itself until probably 9/11, which just instantly, you know, brought us all back down to earth and blooming hell. So I sort of feel like that period of time was a real wild period. You look at what's on TV, you look at like the music scene with nu metal, Limp Bizkit, you know, all this kind of stuff, Attitude Era. I mean, to me, Attitude Era is such a weird period. You look at the 70s, 80s, early mid-90s, it's all like PG stuff from WWE. Kind of look at 2000s, look at like 2010s, look at today, it's PG, right? Bit in the 2000s, probably up to about 2008, you got like Ruthless Aggression, whatever. But Attitude Era is like 5 years that are a real honest exception compared to anything else WWE has done, right? And a true exception. You can't tell me that it is just coincidental that that's 1997 to 2001, 2002. I don't think it is coincidental. I really think that was a weird period of time anyway. If you look at culture, pop culture, look at kind of the vibe that was around, look at TV, Jerry Springer's around, Celebrity Deathmatch is on TV. You know, we've got cops and, I mean, like, things had just got edgy. People had sort of got a bit loose as we were getting to the new millennium. And I think that gets reflected in the Attitude Era. And, you know, it becomes a very special time. So, Royal Rumble 2000, which is right in the heart of that, for me, we were talking about the other day, is another Rumble that I would elevate. I think the matches on there, you know, you got some brutal street fights. We're at Madison Square Garden, which is always special. The Rumble itself is pretty fun. That would be another one. So, yeah, they're always my two go-tos. But I thought it might be fun to just dig into a little bit more as to why. And, yeah, it was just a weird, special time, man. Maybe not for everyone. I mean, I'm sure there's people that don't remember the 2000s that way. Probably had a job they didn't like. Maybe in a relationship they hated. Perhaps they don't remember it that way. But for me, it just felt like the world lost its mind for a couple of years. And then, as we said, very much came back down to earth with, you know, what happened with 9/11 and everything. Big time hello. The extent of my wrestling fandom now is being happy that my favourites are winning titles and banger matches. Before, it was being in the characters, direction, stories, and career trajectory. Do you know, I thought the other day that it's weird, and not really thought about it, but as time has gone by, I've stopped really caring about I need this person to win or I need that person to win. I don't really have that now. I think I consume probably so much wrestling, and I have done for a long time, that I just want something to get my teeth into. I want talking points. So I'm looking for that, really. I will admit Drew beating Cody was a bit annoying for me. That's one that I was like, no. But, I mean, I very quickly got over that. I'm not someone that's like a Cody crybaby, ride or die for Cody. That one was just a bit annoying for me because I'm just so frustrated at how badly booked Cody has been that I think I'm just really angry at creative. I'm really angry at the way they've used him. It really sticks in my throat. That moment after WrestleMania 40 in Gorilla, we saw this in a documentary where Triple H goes over to Cody and he's like, you've done it. You've done it. Listen, it's our job now. You've got the ball, but it's our job to set the play. And we're gonna do amazing stuff. I mean, he is saying to him, you're there. You've got the ball. Leave it to us. This is going to be amazing. And I remember watching that and, wondering when that was going to start, because what they do with him after WrestleMania 40 is pretty underwhelming story-wise. I mean, what they do immediately with him is put him in a little match at Backlash with AJ Styles. Amazing. It's an amazing match. And all that does is it just, in my mind, solidifies, we've got someone here that is kind of meant to be at that stage. We've got someone that's got the connection with the fans. He's shifting a load of merch. But you know what? When that bell rings, he can go as well. He can go. And I love that. I love the fact that when that bell rings, we've got someone up there that can really work, because that's what we want, innit? We want a champ that's going to put on great matches. This is why Jay being champ was a concern. This is why Damian being champ is a concern. Because the bell rings on those guys. I don't know what you're getting in the 20 minutes that's going to follow the bell ringing is going to be worth your time watching, to be honest. No disrespect, but, trying to name great Damian Priest singles matches, people might go, the ambulance match was quite good the other day. I would say, yes. How many times have you seen an ambulance match? Take that ambulance match stipulation away. Would that match have been as satisfying? Would it have been as good? Because I've seen some Damian Alistair matches that aren't that great. I think the ambulance stipulation did some heavy lifting on that. I mean, it's pretty fun when you're chucking someone off an ambulance, right? Smashing them into the side of an ambulance or popping them on a stretcher and stuff like those moments are kind of doing a bit of work for you, right? I'm not down on him. I'm just saying that, for me, there's work to be done there when it comes to the in-ring side of things. But with Cody, he's shown that his matches are good. I mean, he had one of John Cena's best matches in 2025. He also had one of John's worst. But he had that SummerSlam one, people would say, was up there as being one of the matches of the year. And, what his match he has with Kevin Owens at Rumble last year. Amazing. Fantastic. I don't think anyone can question when the bell rings that Cody's going to deliver for you. So for me, he's got the connection with the audience. Maybe the promos could do with a little bit more edge to them, but he's got that connection with the audience. He can go when the bell rings. His delivery is fine. I just think that maybe is a bit too nice for some people. You're going to get that. He's a babyface. Cena went through that. Hogan went through that towards the end of his time as well. It wasn't a problem when people wanted him to win that belt. For me, it's how he was booked. And it's vanilla, yeah? I think the word that Drew uses is correct. it was all vanilla. They absolutely dropped the ball. So I find that deeply frustrating. So that one frustrated me because basically you've had to take the belt off him because his run is once again, for the second time, under-delivered. People have now started turning against him and you royally effed it. So I find that deeply frustrating. But outside of that like little exception, maybe Maxine winning, which frustrated me as well because I don't think she's of the standard required to be the Intercontinental Champion. I think you are devaluing the belt by doing that. Other than that, like, I don't really necessarily root for people per se. For me, it's just like watching and enjoying and hoping that we get like some big talking point out of the show. So it is interesting. I think people watch for different reasons. Some people watch because they're massive fans of certain superstars. Some people watch because they're just conditioned to watch and, you know, come hell or high water, they're going to watch. If they enjoy it, don't enjoy it, they're just going to watch. Some people watch for the star power. Some people watch for the matches. Some people watch for the characters. Yeah, we're all kind of watching for, you know, slightly different reasons. But hopefully 2026 can give all of us a lot more of what we're looking for than, I dare say, 2025 gave us. I think pretty much unanimously 2025 underwhelmed. It's not too many people that have had get in touch with me saying 2025 was amazing, incredible, blew my mind. I think pretty much it was unanimous. It's disappointed. Seem said, do we know when WWE did the whole Cena Punk Money in the Bank, Punk leaving with the title storyline? Did you believe Punk was leaving? I did. I feel that the magic has now gone from wrestling. I didn't believe he was leaving. I can't remember if it's because I had already heard that he wasn't, but I can't remember if I'd heard that he wasn't, because there was chatter around that time about what was going on and if he was still under contract and all that stuff. I can't remember if I'd heard that, because I don't want to say something that's not true. My honest answer is can't remember. Remembering back, I don't remember believing that he was leaving. I think it's either because I'd heard that he wasn't, or he was still under a deal, you know, Meltzer, something like that, or someone telling me that, or I've just seen so many of those kind of moments where they're, you know, telling you someone's gone only for a week or two later for them to return, you know. So I think a lot with like wrestling, you always took with a pinch of salt, because you kind of knew that these were stories. If he was really leaving to go to a different promotion, WWE wouldn't showcase him and all that kind of stuff, wouldn't let him leave with the title. They wouldn't even have put themselves in that situation. You know, he wouldn't have been in the title match. So the whole thing was like obviously like a story build into that match or whatever. So I don't remember believing that it was real, but you got to remember that I was a bit older and I'd watched, I mean, God, I started watching early 90s. So, you know, I'm probably coming up to nearly 20 years of watching at that point. So I'm probably in a different space. I think that it is, I think that it was an amazing angle. I think it's one of the greatest angles that they've ever done. I think that those are the kind of stories people would really resonate with now. Those are the kind of stories people would really enjoy seeing now. The problem you've got is that you've done a lot of stuff. So if you used to do something like that now, people will go, oh, this is just what they did with Punk, going back with when he beat Cena at Money in the Bank. So it's really difficult, because you've got to try and avoid anything you've done for like 60 odd years that people can go back and go, oh, they're just doing this again. They're just rehashing this story, which is really unfair. Because if you think about soaps like Coronation Street, Emmerdale, EastEnders, I mean, they do a lot of similar stories. People cheating on people, marriages, divorces, people attacking people. Like, a lot of the reasons and the stories are just things that they've done previous. But with wrestling, I don't know, it's kind of looked down on that you kind of go back and redo something that you've done before, or it's seen as a bit lazy or something, you know? So the pressure is to try and come up with great stories, but ideally stories that we haven't really told before in the past. It's hard, really hard. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't be trying. You should absolutely be trying. That's the job. I think creative is a hard job. I really do. But that doesn't excuse not trying. And honestly, there was times last year it just felt like no, they weren't trying. It just felt like there was low effort. If you're watching show after show after show and you can't find what to put as the thumbnail for the video, I mean, to me, that's a red alert straight away. If I'm doing a breakdown video or I want to do a video where I'm talking about the show and I can't find an image that is good enough to have as the thumbnail, like just one image, like what am I going with here? What is the image? I mean, to be honest, I had a little bit of that with SmackDown on Friday, which I thought was a little bit of a flat show again. I mean, I gave it like 6.25. I had another one of those where I was like, I don't really know what I'm going with here. Main event was Sammy getting laid out by Trick. I mean, really, the talking point was that we figured out the 4 men that are going to be in that match. That was the main talking point. But, like, what image do you go with? Like, Randy winning his qualifier? Sammy winning his qualifier? Like, I don't know. I ended up going with Drew coming out at the very start of the show. I ended up going with that as my image. But, I mean, it was a bit of a... I don't really know here. We haven't had a heel turn. We haven't had a return. We haven't had anything seismic. We haven't had an upset. We haven't had a title change. You're going to get those shows, though. I mean, as we said, there's like 120 shows throughout the year. You're going to get a good chunk of those shows where you're going to be in that boat. But, yeah, it was just a bit of a shame that went down on Friday when I kind of felt like we had opened the year pretty strong. So, yeah, I mean, look, let's see what the road to WrestleMania's got for us. I don't think any of us were like thinking that January was going to be mind-blowing. It was just, could it set the tone? And I think that first week of the year did. I was pretty high on those first shows for 2026. I think what we got on Friday was a step down. But to be honest, tomorrow or later today, whenever you're watching this, we've got a very interesting Raw. We've got CM Punk against Bron Breakker. We've got Maxine and Becky. And, you know, we've got some title matches. I don't think we're going to struggle for a thumbnail image. I mean, if Finn Balor wins the world title, boom. Even if CM Punk retains, I mean, that's still going to be a big talking point, so... I'm optimistic for this episode of Raw. Right, we are underway. So, good chat. Shame we didn't do 2 hours before, honestly. We've just got the national anthem right now. We're starting with the Stars and Stripes. And as we said, America is at war. This is a big, big part of this show. America is at war over in the Middle East, and so that hangs heavy over this show. We're starting with a shot of the Stars and Stripes, the Star Spangled Banner, and we've got the national anthem playing. So whilst that's doing that, I'm going to jump over to the other super chat that I didn't get a chance to get to. This is Peacemaker 01237. Shout out to you, my friends. Days, what's up? Do we think KO will return at the Rumble? Well, I've not heard anything on KO. I don't know if there's been any rumors circulating today. I haven't seen any rumors today. But, oh, let's have a look. There might be one here from Bleacher Report 6 hours ago. WWE is taking a cautious, long-term approach with Kevin Owens, prioritizing his health over a timeline for a comeback. Owens didn't undergo surgery until July He's yet to return to full-time. WWE reportedly has got no creative in plans for Owens at the moment. Okay, that dropped earlier today, actually 6 hours ago. So it seems like he is not going to be. WWE fans have been holding out hope that Kevin Owens could make his long-awaited return at the Royal Rumble, but it sounds like that's not on the cards. So there we go. That drop in Bleacher Report 6 hours earlier today. It seems like it's not on the cards. To be honest, I did answer this earlier. I'm not expecting him. I wasn't expecting him. I haven't heard anything about him being like ready to return. So for me, this was not one that I was expecting anyway, but a little bit more concrete information there. That's no creative plans in place for him at the moment. Not expected to be in the Rumble. Doesn't mean he won't. They could obviously be keeping it under wraps, whatever, but no, unfortunately not, but not one that I'm expecting. Okay, right now we're just running down the participants that are going to be in. I love that brick wall background. Look at that. And we've got Vince doing the voiceover. Shane Douglas. Haku. Macho King. Dun, even like the old... Now we'd have some rubbish rap song. Listen to this. Retro. Jingles. A Jim Johnston classic. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na, na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na. Now it'd be like, I'm gonna F you up with your hoe. I'm gonna make you do the gardening and so. I don't know. I'm not one of them rappers. But instead it's like... Dum, dum. It's Hot Rod. Hot Rod starts with a pretty fiery promo here. First of all, I'm prouder than Punch to be part of the W. Look at this big USA flag in the crowd. We support our armed forces in the Middle East. Oh, Warrior. I was trying to see what those signs said in the crowds. So it's Gorilla and it's Roddy. Warrior defending the championship against Sergeant Slaughter. Ultimate Reality. USA will slaughter Iraq. Yeah! Take that, Iraq! Okay, we're opening with what is regarded as a true banger. Dave Meltzer said, right, back in the day, that this, and this is a big quote, this is why it's worth doing a watch along. Dave Meltzer says, this match could be the best WWE match since Ricky Steamboat, Macho Man, WrestleMania 3. That's how much he was impressed with what we're about to see. He says this is one of the best tag team matches that he's seen. He says that it's potentially the best WWF match since WrestleMania 3, Macho Man Ricky Steamboat. And when we talk about great matches, we absolutely never talk about this match. No one ever talks about, and I never talk about it, never talk about Rockers Orient Express. It's just a nothing match in the sense of like it's you know, an opener for the Rumble event. Obviously, people are more interested in the Rumble. But this is one that's worth paying attention to. Rockers against the Orient Express, starting off this event. Shawn Michaels. Look at the height on that big back body drop. Lovely. Yeah, both of these teams had actually been working quite a bit around this time. So, nice drop kick by Marty. A crescent kick. We know it as a super kick now. Crescent kick back then. Boom. Shawn Michaels looking good in this one. But yeah, these two had been working a lot together on like the live event circuit. And as a result, their chemistry was like going over against the ropes. Suicide dive! Blimey now. Even back in 91, we're having to watch suicide dives. Very unusual to be seeing that. That's not something you would see on a regular basis in WWF back then. Stereo suicide dives by Marty and by Shawn. So quite an exciting open to the match. As this one's starting to settle down. Andrew said, are you going to get 2K26? Nah. I didn't get 25. I don't think I got 24. In fact, I don't even know the last time I bought one. I think I bought 23 because it was like £5 on a sale. Never played it. This is where it settles down, said Roddy, and this is where we're going to find out who the true #1 team is. Marty back against the ropes. Nice. Headlock is in. Marty went against the ropes, but didn't go over the other sides. Again, he's still keeping that headlock in. Rockers were a fun team back in the day, said John. Oh, the best. I mean, obviously you've got like the British Bulldogs, you got the Hart Foundation. I mean, this was such a great period. Legion of Doom as well, of course. But I think if you want to talk about like that kind of fast-paced, agile, I mean, they were the flipping, I don't know, Fraxium of their day. They would fit so well in today's wrestling tag team landscape. I mean, the Bucks. I mean, the Bucks are, for a large part of their careers, have basically been this generation's rockers. Backslide by Marty. Oh. Yeah. Shawn on the outsides. I think Morella might be the ref on this one. Back against the rope goes Marty. Another shot coming in. Tag being made. Yeah, Marty is in the wrong part of town. Oh, a bit of miscommunication between the Orient Express. Nice arm drag. As Marty regains control. Mr. Fuji on the outside of the ring. Orient Express have struggled a little bit here. There's Shawn coming in. I didn't even see a tag get made there. I don't know if a tag was made. Oof. Days, are you gutted that you can't do UFC this weekend, or don't you care? I'm not bothered, to be honest with you. I'm like, I'd love to be doing it, but I'm so focused on what I need to do that I'm not worried about what I can't do. So I'm not bothered. I've kind of gone through that period of being like, oh man, why are they putting them on the same time? You know, I've kind of went through that last year and the year before. I've probably been going through that since they switched pay-per-views to a Saturday rather than being on a Sunday. Because, you know, pay-per-views used to be a Sunday. It used to work really well. You could do UFC on the Saturday and then the wrestling on the Sunday. But they switched it to a Saturday, which I have no idea why. TKO, I'm shocked they haven't moved it back, to be honest. I mean, if you're TKO, wouldn't it make sense to book out arenas, do UFC on the Saturday, and then wrestling on the Sunday? I mean, that would just seem like such a no-brainer to me, but that's not what they've done. So, yeah, I was frustrated when they first made that change, but I'm so used to it now. I don't even think about it anymore. I just know that next weekend we've got Saturday night's main event. Weekend after that, the Royal Rumble. And then where we can fit in, like UFC, of course, we will try and do that. Certainly the big pay-per-view shows. Over against the ropes. Whoa, going down. Oh, they learnt that second time. Boom, Orient Express. Smashed into each other. Shawn Michaels looking good here. Nice knee coming in by Shawn. Shawn coming over. Love the traditional holds. We just don't see those anymore, said Big Case. Headlock is in. Roddy says, you got to understand these are, might be getting a little bit winded now. Fuji watching on. We've got a we will rock you chant that I just heard there. We will rock you. I wonder if that was a Rockers sort of chant. I don't recall hearing it on a regular basis. I don't recall hearing it, but it's not like they would come out and everyone would start chanting that. But I wonder if it was related to the Rockers. I could believe it. Sign in the crowd says peace in the Middle East. Yeah, this period, you could see, like, the front rows on the hard cam. And that meant that they could hold signs up backwards so that the camera could see what they were saying. That one just said peace in the Middle East. Okay, Shawn getting back into it. Kick coming in there by Shawn. Lovely leg sweep. Beautiful. Shawn taken off his feet. Marty on the outside. Orient Express. Ooh, shot coming in. Back in control. They give this match time as well. Little bit of back and forth in this one. Dave's my predictions for tonight. Benny. I might stay away from predictions, considering this show's from 1991. Chop coming in. I'm a huge Queen fan, said Alex. Well, this is your time. The wrestling world and the Queen fandom finally coming together at long last. Okay, this thing has broken down again. Oh, moonsault. Psst. Do you know, it's crazy because things like that, Shawn Michaels doing that moonsault, the stereo suicide dive, those kind of moves are just not part of, like, normal match movesets. So, I mean, you'd need to be watching. Look at this tag match. Look at the tag work. Lovely. Stereo dropkick by the Rockers. Orient Express go to the outsides. Shawn against the ropes. Ooh, ooh. Shawn Michaels with a bit of a 619 there. But by mistake. So it looked like he was trying for a suicide dive. Bailed out and so had to grab the ropes and 619 to get back in. But so it wasn't a 619 move attempt. But he ends up kind of doing it to avoid going to the outside. Wouldn't that be fun if that's like a young Rey Mysterio watched that and went, hang on. Hang on a second. There's something to that. Shawn in control. There's just these little moments in this match where the match like breaks apart and you get these like really exciting bursts. And then it kind of goes back to being like a match and goes back to slowing down. So you've got these like changes of pace dotted throughout the match where, you know, okay, we're going to take it back down in a minute. We'll build it back up again. And these are two top teams as well. I mean, this is like New Day Usos. These are like two top teams going up against each other. So people will be engaged in this match. Nice teamwork by the Rockers. Marty is still alive, said Suzanne. Yeah, he is still alive. He's very much still with us. Very much still posting on Facebook. The paths they would go on, I mean, Jesus. It's funny, isn't it, how with tag teams, you've got, like, people wondering if they're the Shawn or if they're the Marty. I mean, you watch it here, and Marty's not far from, like, Shawn's level. Marty is, like, a great wrestler in his own right. He absolutely could have had a fantastic career in WWE. Might not have gone on to be, like, WWE champion. I mean, Shawn is special. But Marty's not like a million miles behind at this point. You could see him being like an amazing Intercontinental champion, mid-card, occasionally getting a shot. Certainly if Shawn was champ, Marty being that challenger. But, I mean, he's got so many demons behind the scenes. He's getting into so much trouble, getting himself suspended. And Shawn wanted out of the team. This is why the team split. Shawn wants out. We got USA chants breaking out by the crowd. You'll hear plenty of those tonight. It's a real contest, this, isn't it? Real battle. They give it. I don't actually know how long the match goes for. I want to say it's like, I was going to say 16 minutes. It's 19 minutes. Knocking on the door to 20 minutes. Other than the Rumble, this is the longest match that we get tonight. This is longer than our title match. Orient Express working well as a team. And actually, ref, Morella is getting a bit distracted here by Marty. Marty getting in there, making the save. There's a pop from the crowds. Referee, though, doing that classic old school referee thing of telling Marty, get back to you, and being, like, distracted for an extended period of time, you know? Shot coming in. That was a bit of a heart punch there. Benny said, was Slaughter's reign any good? I heard he was going to have a big feud in a massive arena at 7, but it got scrapped. Well, his reign is short, but it's one of those that obviously it was just trying to capitalize on what was happening at the time. I don't think at any point it was ever intended to be anything more than it was. So, no, I mean, it's not a good reign because it's not a long reign. And it was always just to kind of get the belt back to Hogan. But it is, it's not seen as being anything tasteful, let's put it that way. A lot of people look back on that reign as being really disrespectful. I mean, this live crowd don't have a problem with it. The crowd at WrestleMania don't have a problem with it. But there's plenty of people, even people that work in WWF, that have a problem with Sergeant Slaughter being an Iraqi sympathizer. I mean, again, I said earlier, could you imagine if USA do attack, say, Iran, because they're talking of going after Iran if, you know, Iran continue to kill those protesters, and that results in there being a war between USA and Iran. And then could you imagine if someone today was an Iranian sympathizer on the show, with coming out with the Iran flag? And I mean, can you imagine the reaction if WWE was to try and do that today? I mean, Jesus, you're going back to 1991. It was a much different time. You could get away with so much more back in 1991. You could say more, you could do more. That whole kind of being offended, that culture of being offended. You know, social media wasn't around, all of that. Like, it was a different time. And even back then, they were still upsetting and offending people. Even back then, it was too far. So, yeah, it's there's not much of a run to talk about, but it is, it's a real controversial time. But something's working because so many people tune into this show. I mean, as we said, this does a great number. Kick coming in there by Sean. This match still going. Having rewatched this match, I think you definitely could shave like 5 minutes off it. To be honest, though, I think fair play to WWE because I think they know that you're not getting a long match out of Warrior. And I think they looked at the rest of the card and they've gone, this is the match to give the time to. 1, 2, Orient. Kick out there by Sean. Nice pop from the crowd as Sean kicks out. So, yeah, I think they've looked at the card and gone, yeah, if we're going to give any match time, it's this one. Perhaps that's the downside of, like, Warrior being your champ. If Warrior's your champ, you can't go 20-odd minutes. So, other people are going to have to do it. And the work here is solid. I mean, there's nothing here that you can necessarily criticize. Other than maybe just take a bit of time out of it. Maybe it just kind of stays a bit too long. Oh, charging over. Marty was trying to make that tag. John said it reminds me of Muhammad Hassan when he attacked Undertaker. It did exactly what WWE told him to, but because he got so much heat, he lost his job. Yes, that you're right. That is the other example. That was 2005. He had a kind of a terrorist type gimmick, although I don't think they ever kind of referred to him as that. And obviously that was when we had the attacks in London, 2005. And, you know, this is just a few years removed, of course, from 9/11. And so that was, yeah, another one that people massively had an issue with. Power slam by Marty. Sean is down. This one continuing. Days, whenever we go to watch the old shows, do we have thoughts like maybe we wish we still produce stars like this? Or does that never cross your mind? Never crosses my mind, to be honest. I mean, it might do now you've said it. I still think, though, that we're probably doing the current product a little bit of a disservice because I genuinely think Roman Reigns could live in this period. You know, Roman could be in this Rumble and would get a monster reaction. I think Seth Rollins could be in this world and get a monster reaction. I think Cody could be in this and get a monster reaction. I think that, I mean, Cody's obviously going to benefit from being the son of Dusty. Plus, you know, it's not like he comes out and he hasn't got anything. He's got the music, he's got the gimmick, the American Nightmare. You know, that all of that package together in this world would have done really well. I think Seth Rollins coming out with his entrance music and his outlandish attire. You know, I mean, a bit Macho Man-esque in a slightly different way. Very much peacocking and showcasing himself and showing off. Missile launcher. No joy. Oh, a big spill to the outside there by Sean. So I actually think that there are stars today that would translate back here. I mean, honestly, look at Obafemi. I know we haven't really seen much of Obafemi, but what we have seen of him on the main roster, I can't tell you that Obafemi wouldn't live in this world. I think he would. I think he would. Do you know what? Aleister Black, as crazy as it sounds, think about how he looks in his entrance. Think about, like, counting down. And then when you do Aleister's... Look at this teamwork. Look at that. Shooting over. Rockers get it. Having watched that match, I think it's a real battle. It's back and forth. Meltzer says that is probably the second best match, really, of, like, you know, the pay-per-view period up until this point. I suppose you have to think about the other matches that happened and what could possibly be better. I mean, it's good. It's really good. I think it probably outstays its welcome, though. I would definitely shave 5 minutes off of it. But let's see what you lot think. Okay, we're backstage with Macho King. Okay, so Macho King saying that when Sergeant Slaughter wins, he's been told he will get a title shot. Sean Mooney's like, well, that's good, but what about if Warrior wins? Ah, here we go. Macho King said, well, I'm on that. I'm sending Sensational Sherry out. Sensational Sherry. Oh, I missed this platform. We need this platform back. It's funny, isn't it? We're not doing interviews in the ring here. We're doing it on that platform in front of the crowds. And I don't know why we moved away from doing this. Mean Gene as well. Goats. So Sensational Sherry has come out. It's a bit of storyline during the pay-per-view, isn't it? It's not match. I mean, to be honest, you don't really get these at pay-per-views where we actually bring people out and do promos in front of the crowd during a PLE. The only time you would do that kind of a thing is like maybe when you're doing the reading the attendance. But this is actually bringing some story into the show. So Sensational Queen Sherry is with Macho King. I hope the Warrior is as honourable as everyone thinks he is. But I've got my doubts. If you're as brave and as honourable as everyone says you are, why don't you come out here right now? So she's calling out the Warrior. Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. I'll get to your comment in a second, but we've just got Sensational Queen Sherry calling out the Warrior. I can tell you a few things about your precious Ultimate Warrior. I tell you what, it's interesting. Just as she says, I can tell you a few things about your precious Warrior. Out he comes. And out he comes in a jacket. Warrior comes out. He's got the stars and stripes on the... look at this gear. Look at this gear. I've seen so many action figures with this... with this ring gear. Look at that belt. Look at the belt on a purple strap. Oh. Look at Warrior. Look at all these Hall of Famers. Oh, Hasib, I'm thinking it now. I'm thinking now, why can't we have people of this caliber? But... If you swap Warrior out for Roman, I think it would be similar. I think in most people's minds, Roman is a bigger star in the history of WWE than the Warrior is. But that's a good conversation to have. But look at this. Look at the Warrior and his wild hair. USA jacket on. He's getting flirted. Flirtation advances here by sensational Queen Sherry. She wants him to grant Macho King a title shot. I've always wondered what it would be like to touch your chest. I've often admired you from afar. She's trying to take that jacket off, and that's going to be hard, isn't it? It is weird seeing this, isn't it? Your hair is very wonderful. Your hair, it's very wonderful. What's it going to be, Matt? Like, we keep seeing Macho backstage. Are you brave? Ultimate Warrior is just otherworldly. He talks otherworldly. To be honest, it is captivating because you're like, how's he going to react to this? How does the Warrior react to the advances of a woman? Oh, she went for a kiss. She went for a kiss. There's a smile on the face. Please. I know the champion that you are. Even the crowd go, oh, as she goes down to her knees. Even the crowd are like, whoa. Are they chanting do it? There's a lot of dirty minds, man. There's a lot of dirty minds. There's a lot of dirty minds. Just say yes to me. She's had to do a lot of flipping. She's been talking for like 5 minutes now. She's had to do a lot of talking. Warrior spits. He spits, and the crowd. Look at it. Ah, no! You can take your womanly advances and get out of here. He is not interested. Macho King going mental backstage. Oh, my God. Oh, it's so good. I'm going to get him now, says the Macho King. It's quite, I mean, like, we're actually backstage, which is quite rare. Look at the Macho King bursting through a door. Look, people are sticking up the middle finger to say, there's the Macho King jumping over the barricades. Here he is running around the ringside area, chasing after Warrior. Warrior's gone. Macho King's looking for him. Crowd are booing some real heat there on the Macho King. Real heat. What a great little segment. What a great little segment. Oh. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter if it's a match or a segment. That is a quality addition to the PLE. Now we've got Barbarian. Oh. We go from that now to the Barbarian. Oh, God. I mean, there ain't a long list of great Barbarian matches. Oh. But I tell you who he's taking on. Yes. Ah. Maybe my first love. Maybe my first love. It's certainly the first match I remember him against Nails. The Boss Man. But not stupid Attitude Era Boss Man. Babyface wearing a blue shirt Boss Man. Peak Boss Man. This is peak Boss Man. Boss Man. Music's just so much better. Characters, so much more interesting. This is a police officer against a barbarian. Oh, come on. Come on. Boss man coming down, having twirled that nightstick. I tell you what, they give this match time. Bobby Heenan, first time seeing Heenan in the event. So, Barbarian, part of that Heenan family. Right, Darwin, sorry it took me so long, bud, to get to your comment. I really appreciate the support, but we couldn't take our eyes off that last segment. Fun opening match. I haven't seen how you lot have scored it yet, but certainly not a bad match. Really fun opening match. Probably, again, I'm going to say it again, probably just outstays its welcome a little bit. Brilliant segment. Just love that. That gets a giant thumbs up from me. And now we go to a boss man match, which are not really regarded as like great in-ring matches. I think this one's okay, though. I don't think this stinks out the place. I think this is actually okay. Yeah, the crowd are chanting Weasel. We've got Barbarian against Bossman, and the person that's got the attention of the crowd is Bobby the Brain on the outsides. So here we go, Barbarian against the Big Boss Man, and finally, after a little bit of time, they finally lock up. It's actually probably a really good way of doing this match, actually. Ringing the bell, and then just taking a few minutes to, you know, get the pieces in place, get the competitors going. Just kind of taking a little bit of time out of the match, because this is not going to be AJ Styles against Daniel Bryan. This is two bigger men. Nice big boot there by the Big Boss Man. Back elbow. Barbarian off his feet. Barbarian goes to the outsides. Barbarian, Bobby the Brain is straight over to try and help him back up to his feet. Bossman in the ring, waiting. So Bossman getting the better of that early exchange. Bossman going to the outside. He's got his sights set on Bobby. Oh, my God. Bang, bang. Shots coming in by the Bossman. He's got the big man over into the ring posts. What might have been nicer if he'd have gone into the ring steps rather than the ring post there and kind of knocked the steps over, but he went into the ring post instead. Bossman looking good here. Barbarian not quite getting going, and Bobby the Brain just trying to hide from the Bossman. Gorilla said a lot of scores to be settled in this one. Shot coming in by the Bossman, Barbarian on the outside. So, Darwin, so happy to see Drew finally win that gold. He's been chasing it for ages after getting screwed over so many times. Over the past 6 years, he's experienced numerous events, and he has finally reached a moment that he truly deserves. Darwin, thank you, my friends. Appreciate it. Whoa, look at that. Bossman with a giant clothesline. They both go to the outsides. I feel like these guys work big man matches. Certainly the Bossman does. Big man matches really well. Ah, he spits at Bobby. Do you know what I mean? They don't do loads of stuff like non-stop action, fighting. They do something and then they let it breathe. So a big clothesline spot. They both spill to the outside. Bossman gets in. And right now, you know, we're waiting to see how Barbarian is going to get back into this. Right now, Bossman with Barbarian. Shot coming in, chop coming in. Barbarian rocked back against the ropes, reverse. Bossman over the other side, looking for a hip toss, no joy. Looking for a DDT, looking for a suplex. Got him up, look at that, blummy now. He didn't even grab him. He just grabbed his head. He grabbed his head and went like that, and Bossman had to, like, go with it. Barbarian didn't even... This arm didn't even come into play. Put him in now. Right now, Barbarian looking for a short arc climbs line. Yes. Drives the big boss man down. Boss man down. Barbarian on his feet. Rocked against throat. Barbarian finding a way back into this match. Actually, don't think this match has been bad. I think it's been all right. Shot coming in by Barbarian. Bossman goes to the outside. Leg caught in the rope. Leg caught in the rope. Bossman upside down. Well, I don't think that was intended. It's where the referee's trying to undo it. Yeah, capitalize. Boot coming in. I actually wanted Bobby to come over there and start getting involved. This would have been a brilliant spot for Bobby to have come in and started slapping around. I suppose the ref was there, though, wasn't he? And ref was watching. Bossman caught in that rope. Barbarian trying to free him, and he does. Bossman flops to the outside. Bobby still keeping his distance here in the entranceway. Barbarian with Bossman. He's got him up, going to drive him into the ring post, into the barricade, into the ring posts. Look at the old school railings as well. I say barricade. We didn't really have a barricade. Oh my God, look at this. Peak humanity. Bossman having it all on display. Everything's hanging out from the Bossman. Bobby coming round, getting a little bit closer, looking at the ref. You know what he's thinking. I'm going to have a cheap shot. Bang! Kick coming in there, but Bobby's like, I didn't do nothing. I didn't do nothing. Yeah, you did. You weasel. Bossman again. Look at that guy in the front. Come on, Bossman. Come on. That connection was just so strong. Like, people weren't going hoping to see banger matches, but of course you want to be entertained. You go in hoping that your favorites are going to get the win. I mean, it was a lot more about that back in the day. This is like, come on, Bossman, don't let Barbarian win. We don't want Bobby Heenan celebrating. Like, come on, Bossman, 1, 2, Bossman, yes, kicking out. Bossman gets out. Look at the selling as well. We don't have great selling in the modern day, but you know, Bossman's looking flipping disheveled here. Bossman looks like he's been in there for 2 hours. Shirt's all undone. He's trying to suck in air. Barbarian with a bear hug. Pain on the face of the Bossman. Bobby's already had a cheap shot. Never know when he's going to get involved again. So, Darwin, thank you, my friends. Yes, Drew McIntyre winning that championship. Celebrating on Friday. He'll go in as champ to the Royal Rumble. Who will be his challenger? Gonna find out next weekend. Suzanne said we might see Shane at this Rumble. I'm not sure, but he did do one in the early years as like a referee on the outside. Yeah. I can't remember. You're right, he did. I can't remember if that was 91. But yeah, he did work an early one, working on the outsides. Good knowledge. Elbow by Barbarian. And again, Big Time said the handling of Jordan has been frustrating. Jordan Grace. She was the first big TNA appearance. Massive pop in the Rumble and NXT cameo. She signed full time. They fed her to JC, Blake Kalani, and then called her up. Well, I mean, I've said it before. I'll say it again. I think when you get called up, it's a restart. It's a refresh. I don't see it personally as a continuation. I think if you are jobbed out in NXT or you lose a lot of feuds in NXT and then you get called up, like, you basically start over. So I would judge them. I think you can judge the NXT run as being very underwhelming. I think that's very, very fair. And now I think it's time for us to start again, and we'll start judging this run as a separate run. I really see it that way, because the thing with NXT is you don't know how long you've got people for. So there's every chance that they were having her lose so that she could then, you know, win the championship further down the road, like get revenge over Blake by winning the belt and then having a run. But I mean, she just got called up. So we didn't get a chance to get to the stuff that would have, you know, been the payoff for the bad stuff. So for me, like, she's in developmental. She was a big name. They put her in feuds. They used her name and, you know, her credibility to help kind of get some of the other girls over. And she got called up before she got her time, really. That's kind of how I see it, but I don't know that it would have gone that way. I just don't think they would have had her losing and coming out second best, you know, for 12 months or something like that. So I think it would have come good for her. We just called her up before it did. But you can only review what you get. What we got, I don't think was very good. So I'm quite happy to say the way she was used in NXT was underwhelming. Not really anything too noteworthy. But for me, it now starts again. Now she's on the main roster. No excuses. 1, Barbarian 2. That was quite a quick count, actually, by the ref. Okay, the pace of this one has picked up now after going through a little bit of a slow period. I feel like it had a good open. I like the bit where Bobby gets involved. And then there's like periods. Bossman gets it. Bossman gets it right at the end. No. What was it? For under the rope. Oh, I thought that was the finish. Slings him off the rope, has him down. I didn't see anything under the rope. I doubt we'll get a replay. Referee was there, though. He must have seen that Summit was under the rope, so... This one continuing with Bobby on the outside. Yeah, I think the thing with this match, I enjoyed the open. I think I enjoyed all up to Bobby getting involved. Maybe there's a couple of minutes in there we could have took out. I don't mind that spot, though, where there's a little bit of a talking point. Barbarian going up. Big man. Off the top. Big clothesline. Roddy Piper said, that's it. Foot on the rope. And the referee sees it. Big boss man getting that foot on the rope. Again, reminder, this is not about doing loads of moves and all that. It's about it feeling like a battle. It's about hoping that your guy is going to get the victory. Boss man. There's Bobby on the outside. 1, 2. Hand on the rope this time. I kind of feel like that was a bit of a silly spot, really, because he just did the Bossman Slam, then, like, spent a couple of moments saying to the crowd, I'm going to put him away. We've got this. And then just didn't do anything else and went for the pin. He deserved to not get that. That would have been a rubbish finish. Pile driver. Horrible pile driver. Well, that certainly isn't in any textbook. Horrible pile driver there by the Barbarian. Bossman down holding his head, and it might be legit. Bossman trying to hit that side slam, said 107. Simply Simon said, I was about 14 when I was watching this. The memories. Barbarian off that top rope, crossbody, roll through by Bossman, gets it. High risk by Barbarian. He manages to do the crossbody, but Bossman rolls through with it. Bobby's running away. And the Bossman picks up the victory. Well, do you know what? Two big men working, and not a bad little contest. I mean, that was not... I think sometimes when people think about this time period, they think it's like headlock for like 2 hours or something like that. And it's like, no, we got people launching themselves off the top. We've got heel managers on the outside with sneak attacks. We've got some suplexes and side slams and some great selling. They're not perfect matches by any means. I mean, let's not make them out to be something they're not. They're fine. They're fine. They're watchable. But I certainly wouldn't be saying these are like bad matches or anything like that. And I think this era, for those that don't watch it, like they struggle to go back to this time period because they think it's just going to be a load of rubbish. It's kind of refreshing actually to see or remind us that that's just not the case. Here he is, the Iraqi sympathizer. Shut your hole, maggot. Oh, you maggot. He was not in great shape, actually, at this time. I mean, the bulk of his career is done, but he's still what a character. Very controversial character, but he certainly didn't do any half measures, did he? What these maggots need. I love the locker room set backstage, man. I believe that is a set, but I've never seen a picture of it, you know. Ultimate puke. You are dismissed. An order. Here's the ultimate puke. Backstage with, I don't know what they were thinking with that set in the background. Like, it just looks weird. With, like, the weird tape. The Rumble thing's fine. The sky background is fine, but like the tape thing's weird. Again, you know, people love the Warrior, and this is a big one because it is very political, this one. Warrior that people love against Sergeant Slaughter. Goods. Right. The Ultimate Puke was originally going to be Droz's ring name. He's gonna puke. Here we go, then. Here we go. Time for our title match. The championship on the line. I didn't realize we were doing a watch-along. I'm so happy. Nostalgia, nostalgia, nostalgia. Kids on the shoulders. Don't really see kids on the shoulders these days. Saw kids on the shoulders all the time back then. Ultimate Warrior versus Sergeant Slaughter. Slaughter went from G.I. Joe to Saddam Hussein's. I think that is the path, to be honest. I think a lot of people take that journey. Slaughter getting in the ring. Okay, let's get the match score for that second match. You lot says that was good. Good 98. Good 98. First one you said was great 63. Here's the Warrior. Okay, here's the Warrior. Sergeant Slaughter has made his way down to the ring. Oh, look at that Warrior wrestling, buddy. That'll bring back memories for people. Here he comes, running down to the ring, straight against the rope. They tried to use the flag. Double clothesline by the Warrior. General Adnan going down. Clothesline. General Adnan to the outside. Sergeant Slaughter out there as well. Massive pop. Huge pop. As this flag is getting ripped up in the ring. Oh my God. Oh my God. We've got a major political incident. We're ripping up other nations' flags. He grabs it. Boom. Smacks Slaughter with it. This is red hot. This is red hot. This crowd are going absolutely bananas. Bananas. We're picking up pieces of that Iraqi flag, which has just been, and now it's been shoved down the throat. This is what people wanted to see. This is what they paid for. Slaughter over the other side, big boot. That felt like it was going to be a big back body drop. I think Slaughter thought it was going to be as well. Gorilla said he's still got that flag stuffed right down his throat. Slaughter goes down. Warrior coming over. Look at Warrior's gear. Look at the tassels. Oh, my God. Tassels on the boots. Amazing. Amazing. I mean, there's a lot of things in this world that divide opinion. This massively divided opinion. But what I would say is, you know, everyone in America is going to be behind their boys, as they should be, as you would imagine they would be. And for those that have bought tickets and have gone along to this show, this is what they want. They want Warrior sticking it to the Iraqi sympathizer. They want Warrior doing what they can't do. They're not allowed to do. They're in the crowd. They want to see Sergeant Slaughter getting chucked around. They want to see that flag being ripped. They want to see it shoved down his throat. All right, Sensational Queen has come running down. She's changed her frock from earlier. Yeah, costume change. She's basically Beyonce. Right now, he's gone back to a bit of that flag again. He's choking out Sergeant Slaughter. I don't even know if this match has started. I don't know if the bell has actually sounded. It's a brilliant way to book the Warrior, though, because you know you're not going to get a classic out of him, so you might as well do shenanigans to start with. Warrior against the ropes. Slaughter goes down. Warrior over the other side. Slaughter goes down. Warrior tries to trip him. Sherry grabs the leg of the Warrior. She goes running. He goes chasing after her. Warrior going down. Boom! Macho King! Bang! Into the railing. Macho King grabbing a light. Bang! Smacking it across the back of the Warrior. Macho King running away. Sergeant Slaughter back in the ring trying to distract. This is just like, oh my God, I can't believe what I'm watching. Warrior, I mean, think of what you've just seen in the past few minutes. Warrior coming out, ripping up the flag, crowd going crazy, shoving it down the throat of Sergeant Slaughter. Then here's Sherry. She tries to trip him over. He chases after her. Macho King, boom. Slaughter desperately trying to distract the ref because a count out means Warrior retains the title. Warrior, though, is a proud American. He's going to try and get, well, parts unknown technically, but look at him covered in America. Stars and stripes. He's trying to get back to the ring. He don't want to win by a count out. He's got the red, white, and blue face paints, the red, white, and blue ring gear. It's they've made a lot of figures of this attire for Warrior. It's iconic. And we've got loud USA chants ringing out as Warrior is on his hands and knees. Slaughter in the ring again, trying to stop the referee from counting out. Warrior's been out for about 2 days now. How he's not been counted out is one of wrestling's great mysteries. I mean, does the ref keep forgetting what number he got up to? Is it like every time Sergeant Slaughter stops the count, he goes, where was I again? Oh, blimey now. What? Kick coming in. Warrior finally makes it back. But the tide of this one has turned. Slaughter pointing. Slaughter's boots, said Bones. Iconic. Iconic. This is wrestling, said Flame first. Warrior down to his knees. Big shot coming in there by Sergeant Slaughter. And again. Crowd booing away. There's a Ultimate Warrior banner in the front row. USA chants breaking out. Warrior down. Slaughter again, telling Warrior, get up, maggot. Crowd are booing. This was all Warrior in the early stages. Macho King, Sensational Queen, they've massively turned the tide of this one. Still, using the boots. Warrior face first into that boots. Warrior over against the rope. Slaughter, duck underneath. Warrior over the other side. Double clothesline. Both go down. Both go down. Warrior trying to get back up to his feet. Even with that outside interference, all it's done is made this a competitive match. Slaughter is up. Oh, but right back down again. Slaughter had a bit of something there. Right now, Warrior grabbing that top rope, trying to get back up to his feet. It's unusual to see Warrior in a condition like this. Slaughter's back on his feet. Slaughter probably just a little bit ahead of Warrior in terms of recovery. Double axe handle. Oh, no. Changed his mind. Bear hug instead. Sergeant Slaughter with a bear hug. And this is a real go-to for Slaughter. Slaughter can use this to wear the Warrior down. Bear hug doesn't really look like it's in... there we go. That's better. I was going to say, he looks loose. But there he is, look. Humping away on the Warrior. Trying to squeeze the life out of the Warrior. And the pace of this slowing down. You get the impression it's going to speed back up again as we slow that pace down. Pace changes back then. They happened. What I feel like with matches now, we start slow and then we build and get quicker towards the end of the match. What you're noticing and what I'm noticing from these matches is it was much more varied, where you would go quick and then slow back down again, go quick, slow back down again. I mean, with this match, you know, fast start, outside interference, looked like Warrior was coming back. Now we've slowed it down. Now we've got like that dreaded bear hug spot that I think people think of when they think of these kind of time periods. But it's sapping the life out of him. Slaughter is stopping the cat, says 107. Robert said, USA, USA. A bear hug pop, said K-Dub. Let's go. Let's go. Warrior, finding a bit of summer. Trying to find a way of getting out of this. The adrenaline is starting to pump. The Warrior is drawing from the fans. I just don't think you'd get away with this now. I mean, it's a different time. People are believing that they are helping him. Kids in particular are believing that their support is bringing the Warrior a bit of extra energy, you know? I feel like if you used to do that now, people would be like, blimey now. Blimey now, what the hell's this? You're telling me Jey Uso can magically recover when the kids cheer yeet? What? It was different. It was better. Sergeant Slaughter has got Warrior. Warrior's got his legs under the rope. Slaughter is throwing in some kicks to the back. Oh, here we go. He's going for that camel clutch. Slaughter's finishing move. His legs are under the ropes, though. It's bad positioning, this by Slaughter. Really bad positioning. Slaughter with the tongue. He's got a face even a mama couldn't like, says Piper. Referee's saying no. You got to hold it. Slaughter thinks he's won. Ah, look at Hebner going over, going, no, get your hands down. You haven't won the flipping match. Boomer. Yes, look at the mannerisms. So I was like, I don't understand. I had him in the camel clutch. And the ref's like, yeah, but his feet were under the ropes. Kick coming in by Slaughter. This one continuing. I mean, those kind of mannerisms are so people in row Z understand the story of what's going on. He's coming back, though. He's coming back. Here he is. Boom. Big overhand right. Clothesline. Warrior against the ropes. Clothesline. Over the other sides. Warrior's back. He's got the strength from his Warriors. Over the other side. Warrior. Boom. That should do it. He's calling for the Gorilla Press Slam. Oh, God. She's back again. She's back again. She's come down with the scepter. Sensational Queen trying to distract the Ultimate Warrior. It took him ages to get back into this match after that first attack. Ages, but he's finally back now. He drags Sensational Queen in the ring. Sensational Queen. He's got her by the hair. She's going to go for a ride. What a girl. What a girl. Look at the bump she's taking here. Look at this. She's up in the air and she's hurled to the outside. Flaming hell. Up in the air. Hurled to the outside. Macho King thankfully breaks the fall. And here we go. This... he absolutely cracked him. I think that was on behalf of everyone in the back. I think that moment right there is on behalf of everyone that he has been a douche to in real life. Because he absolutely levels him. Sergeant Slaughter gets the win. We've got a new WWE champion. And honestly, people did not expect Slaughter to win this match. Slaughter winning this match was just, it was not on the cards. This was the Iraqi sympathizer going up against the Ultimate Warrior. You know, it's a good challenge for Warrior to overcome. Is that the BS chant? Guys, this is the Attitude Era. Blimey now. The crowd are chanting bullshit in 1991. Warrior jumps out the ring, goes running to the back. I mean, That's disappointing if you're a fan, isn't it? That's disappointing. The guy that you've just got behind has just basically run off. I know why. He wants to get to Macho King, but... There it is. And... No! Slaughter holding that belt in the air. There's the reaction of the fans. Oh, now they've got to hear this music. Oh, heat. Serious heat. Serious heat. If he was to get on the microphone now and say USA sucks or something like that. I'm not going to say there would be a riot, but it would certainly get very uncomfortable. In 1991, we've already had a bullshit chant. He got death threats at this time as well. Genuine death threats sent to him. Genuine death threats. Vince had to send security around his house. Here we go, an advert for WrestleMania. WrestleMania 7. From the Memorial Coliseum? Yeah, sure. Sure it is. Oh my God, her shirt, do you see her? I don't remember ever seeing her before. Her shirt was pretty much down to here. I don't know if that was her bra or just a bikini top, but there was a little bit on display there by that lady in the crowds. Guys, did the Attitude Era start in 91? We got a lady there. We got Sherry going down to her knees. We got a little bit of this on the go. We got BS. Yeah, it's full-blown Attitude Era. Ah, no, it's not. Here's Coco Beware. Bird. Here's the Mountie. Coming out to rubbish music. I'm the Mountie. Real Russ, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well. Real Russ said, Days, I'm always here. I'm not as vocal as I used to be, though. Lots of stress over some personal health issues. I'm sorry to hear that, buds. Don't need that in 2026. I hope that you make a speedy recovery going through whatever you're going through, my friends. Hopefully wrestling and certainly old school wrestling can provide a bit of a distraction. Take your mind off things. I love being a part of the community. It does help with stress, says Real Russ. Well, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate it. As I said, wish you a very speedy recovery. I hope that whatever it is you're going through, we find some brighter days very, very soon. But, yeah, if this can bring any kind of distraction, any kind of take your mind off things, any kind of positive, then fantastic. I think watching old school wrestling, certainly if you're nostalgic for it, it can take you back to a different time. I'd imagine a lot of you right now watching this and remembering when you first watched it, or remembering like videotapes, or going around your grandparents, going around your cousins, watching it late at night in your bedrooms, or watching with your family. However you watched it. I think going back to these old shows is really special for that. A lot of people have those kind of memories for, you know, various shows in the 2000s. People get into wrestling at different times. But, you know, for me, when I watch this, I think of finding it at a car boot one Sunday, coming back home, in my bedroom. I had one of those kind of video VCR kind of combo things that you put it in. And this, I would have been on videotape VCR that I would have had this. I would have found it for like 50p at a car boot sale, like a flea market type thing. And I will have had a glass of Coke, not actual Coke, some sort of like rip-off cheap version. And I would have had probably some crumpets. Crumpets on a Sunday. You just pop them in the toaster, bit of butter. Probably would have had a plate of those. I might have been sat on my bean bag. I found at a car boot a WWF bean bag. I wish I had that now, actually. I think it'd be such a great item to show, but unfortunately, these things get thrown away when they're kind of no good anymore or you outgrow them. But I had one that was blue. It had the WWF logo on it, and it had Hogan. Animated, like, cartoon drawings of Hogan. And maybe the Warrior as well. I can't remember. But it was blue, and it just had those kind of graphics over it. And it was a beanbag thing. I'm pretty sure I would have been, like, sat in that with my plate of crumpets, watching this on the TV, having found it earlier that day at a car boot. I mean, can you have a better Sunday? Is that, like, peak Sunday? That's, like, the greatest Sunday? Don't have those experiences now. It is so much more different. Just, you know, we got the Rumble next week and we ain't got to find it. It's just going to be on Netflix or ESPN in America. Like, it's so much easier to watch them now. Maybe not so much in America now that you got to pay for it, though. Don't know. Different time. Real Russ, thank you, my friends. Appreciate the support and, as I said, wishing you a speedy recovery, dude. Simply Simon said, apologies, but I've got to vote every match great tonight. Memories are amazing. I've still got the VCR. I collect VHS tapes from charity shops. Oh. Do you know, I lent my friend when I was at college all of my WrestleManias. I had every one on videotape. I'd collected them. I think I had up to about 11. And I lent him all of them because he wanted to watch them, catch up with them. I never got them back. Never got them back. He had them, and it's crazy, actually. There's so much stuff I've lent people that I've never had back. I lent another friend a whole flipping recording studio thing. I had this, like, you plug guitars in and you plug, like, you know, a microphone in and you could record, like a 4-track thing. And it cost a couple of £100. And I'm talking, this would have been about the year 2000. A couple of £100 was expensive, man. That was a lot of money. It's a lot of money now. Look at Jimmy Hart going off on the parrot. Frankie. But, yeah, I lost all my WrestleMania videotapes. I mean, I didn't spend much on them. I can't have spent more than 50p on each one. So, I mean, I haven't lost much money. But I lost my whole flipping recording studio. That was £200. So, moral of the story, be careful who you lend things to. Coco against the rope, back elbow there by the Mountie. So, Mountie against Coco, beware. And honestly, I don't think the room recovers. Maybe ever. Following that loss for the Warrior. It's not only that the Warrior has lost. It's more than that. It's more to do with USA. Over the top. Coco looking for the cover. Kick out there by the Mountie. It's a weird match, this. This definitely could have been left off. This is one that could have been left off. Mountie has got Coco and he hurls him to the outside. So Coco goes down. But yeah, I mean, honestly, this is the reason why this match... I can't believe... I wish this bird would just bite Jimmy Hart. We don't want the bird to die. Yeah, you wouldn't get away with stuff like this now. few animals around, wasn't there? I mean, like the Bulldogs had Matilda. Jake had his snakes. I think at some point around this time, Ricky the Dragon comes down with a Komodo dragon. And obviously we got Frankie. Mountie looking to pick up Coco. Pile driver. No. Reversed by Coco. Big back body drop. Steve said, I remember watching 94 Rumble. It was all scrambled. We were having dinner at my grandma's. My dad's friends started recording them on VHS for me after that. Shout out to Daryl. That's a great memory. That's a great memory. William said, during this PLE, I was at a friend's house. I was making out with his girlfriend. Every time he went to the bathroom or to get us drinks, his mom went to get us more snacks. I would beef his girlfriend. That's also a great memory. Thank you, William. I mean, these nostalgic old shows are certainly bringing back memories, some of which I wasn't quite expecting. Nice swinging net breaker there by Coco. That was nice. Yeah, we got a one-arm little flap on the go. Up, two-arm flap on the go. He's trying to get the crowd on sides. Crowd are just struggling, man. This is, as I said, this is the match where I think you put this match here because you don't want to put anything meaningful here. The crowd are obviously going to be down after what's just happened. Probably want to go to the bathroom. Probably going to want to go back and get some snacks. You know, probably starting to think about, like, the Rumble's going to be coming up soon. So you just put in a bit of a match here to just get everyone, catch their breath. Hopefully it can be... Oh. Hopefully it can be entertaining enough for those that have, like, you know, stuck around. That's obviously the majority. Coco had some agility. Coco could do a few things in there. I don't think we see loads of it, though, but there's an example. On that middle rope, crossbody, Mountie kicks out. Mountie was a good wrestler as well, actually. Coco against the ropes, clothesline. Coco over the other side, leapfrogs against the ropes. Ooh, slam down, 1, 2. That's a bad finish. That's a bad finish. There wasn't really too much to that match or to that finish. There are a couple of little moments in there. I will give it that. Nice net breaker. Nice little spot over in the corner. Jimmy Hart having a go at Frankie was okay. There we go. The Mountie picks up the victory. Okay, Macho King backstage. So we've got the score for Warrior and Sergeant Slaughter. Let's get the poll up, shall we, for that last match. It's just the best, isn't he? What a promo. Look at Sherry in the background. Jesus Christ, they're so good. Warrior's trying to get through that door. Warrior's trying to... Roddy, do you have to sit like that? We cut back to Roddy Piper. He couldn't have his legs more spread apart if he tried. Thankfully, we couldn't see the rowdy one. But, yeah, Warrior's trying to burst into that dressing room. Macho King runs away. Okay, so Roddy is just talking about what went down in that title match. They're still talking about the title match. We're not really bothered about what happened with Mountie Coco. Right, let me get the scores down for that last match. So that last... Oh, my God, you lot scored Warrior, Slaughter. Great. Do you know what? I genuinely don't know how this event scores on Cage Match. Doesn't matter. But it'd be interesting to know because so far you lot have kind of been into the show. Oh, we're backstage with Sergeant Slaughter. The new champ is back there with General Adnan. General Adnan. What's he going to say here? And should they have done it in the ring? I told the world. We don't do this, do we? We don't do this anymore. We would now we would save this for the next week. But this is like his first promo as champion backstage. I really wanted to listen to that. I wanted to listen to that because I wanted to know what was said. I think they were very, very careful with that promo because there's nothing in there that's like anti-USA or pro-Iraq. It's just, I did what I said I was going to do. If I say I'm going to become the champ, I'm going to become the champ. You maggots are now dismissed. I'm the champion. There's nothing like USA sucks or, you know, Iraq is number one. There's none of that in that promo. There could have been, but there wasn't. I think they've been careful with that. We're in Miami, Florida. I think you could have got away with that promo in the ring. The only thing is, General Adnan starts talking Iraqi and celebrating like in a Iraqi. I don't know what the language is. Iraqi, is it? But he was saying that, and that might have caused some problems. But I think generally what Sergeant Slaughter just said, you could have got away with after the match immediately. I've done what I said I was going to do. You maggots are dismissed. But I didn't remember what he said, and I was very interested to hear if he was going to be like, USA sucks, USA, they're going to be destroyed by Iraq. And, you know, I wondered if he was going to go to that extreme, but he didn't. Right, now we've got that great moment where we actually look at some of the participants of the Rumble. Here's Earthquake. Here's Greg Valentine. Texas Tornado. Look at him. Look at him. Do we make men like that these days? Do men get made like this? Look at him. Well. Is there anyone in the world that looks like Texas Tornado in this modern world? If so, can we get him into the WWE? Oh, Undertaker with his manager. I don't believe the size difference here. I don't believe this. Have they got him on a box? I don't believe that. Bruce Pritchard was on Undertaker's podcast this week. I think if they stood together, I don't think it would be that big of a difference. But yeah, we haven't quite got to... It's not too long, though. We will get to Paul Bearer relatively soon. I think I'm right in saying Bearer is the manager of Undertaker at WrestleMania 7. Oh, the model. Do you know he's still alive and still with us? But for some reason, he just doesn't want anything to do with wrestling. We need Rick the Model Martel figures and... Mate, look at that. Oh, here's Davey. Here's Davey. Mate, I forgot how big Rick the Model Martel was. Perfect. Intercontinental champ at this time. Do you know what I miss? Steroids. That's what we need. We need to get steroids back into the current product. All I'm seeing is just people pumped up because of steroids. And it was great. The big tugboat. He is big, actually, isn't he? Look at him. Is that as big as he ever gets? He looks bigger there than when he's Typhoon. That sucks, doesn't it? What a rubbish gimmick. Taker and Bruce do not have that large of a difference. Bruce is over 6 foot, says Steve. Yeah, I reckon they had Taker on a box, man. Taker on a box. Apparently, I mean, I've heard it a few times. Bruce said that they gave him the offer of, do you want to go on the road with Undertaker? Or do you want to, like, keep producing? And he was like, I wanted to keep producing. So it was time for me to step away, and that's why they bring in Paul Bearer. And I only watched that Undertaker interview the other day. Apparently it was Hawk from Legion of Doom that came up with the name Paul Bearer. Oh, Virgil. Let's go. Let's go. So, we are getting to the time where Virgil's going to break away from $1 Million Man. Look at that belt. Mate, that's some serious money there. So $1 Million Man's like, why does Virgil do all these horrible things that I make him do? Because of this. Look at Virgil's face. What a great story. There is a bond thicker than blood, and that bond is money. So we're going to see Dusty and Dustin. Oh, mate. Dream. No polka dots. He's just a common man. Look at Dustin. Oh. Obviously, a few years before we go Gold Dust. Shotmaster was Dusty Rhodes' idea. I don't know, to be honest. I'm not sure whose idea Shotmaster was. I could believe it because he is actually leaving to go. This is, they already knew he was going here. He's going to be the booker over at WCW. So Shotmaster's 93. This is early 91. I don't know if he's still booking at that time. I could believe it was his idea. Okay. $1 Million Man coming down. Dusty and Dustin. Isn't it crazy that Dustin is still competing? When was his last match in AEW? Must have been last year. Might have had one this year. Don't know. Last year, yeah. July of last year was his last match. A street fight against Kyle Fletcher on Collision. And here he is in the ring with his dad in a tag team, taking on $1 Million Man and Virgil. So it's a good story, actually, because it's family against money. We've already started planting the seeds of Virgil being humiliated. We've been doing that for a long time. So we've planted seeds of Virgil being humiliated by the $1 Million Man. And, you know, there's people questioning this relationship. And, you know, is Virgil going to come to his senses? Why does he keep putting up with this? $1 Million Man saying to Virgil, take him out. Virgil getting in the ring. Virgil's in-ring skills were not very good. To be honest, that really limited him. I mean, it's such a shame that, like, he wasn't up there with, like, a Bret Hart or a Shawn Michaels or someone. Because if he was, man, that story where he breaks away from the $1 Million Man is, like, one of the true great stories in WWE history. People were so invested in that. And then, like, nothing comes after it. He just bobs around and eventually gets cut. Days, it's weird watching these shows. So many of the talent have now tragically passed away. Yeah. I think, to be honest with you, that's not a coincidence. I mean, a lot of this talent are using steroids. And I think that, you know, there's obviously repercussions to heavy steroid use. But not only that, probably more than that, a lot of these talents are on the road night after night after night. And it's very, very easy to fall into a trap of needing something to help get you to sleep. Sleeping pills or something, right? Because you're going from town to town. You're waking up, traveling, changing time zones, jet lag. You need to sleep because you need to rest so you can get up and perform the next day. And, you know, it's hard to just get your body to turn off, like, when it needs to. You're not a robot. So, you know, you hear lots of stories of wrestlers taking sleeping pills and taking downers and things that can just help them rest when they need to rest. And, of course, taking other pills to enjoy themselves when they want to enjoy themselves. I mean, there are uppers, downers, prescription pills, normal drugs that you would imagine. You know, plenty of that on the go. Steroids. The amount of just bad stuff that's being taken outside of the ring, just different cocktails and combinations and life on the road. It is hard. It is hard. I think it does take a certain type of person to live this life. And to be honest with you, I feel a bit disappointed, a little bit disappointed that we've moved away. I don't want people to have to go through this, but I'm disappointed because now I think it's too easy for people to get into wrestling and to not be weeded out. You know, think about a Logan Paul. Logan Paul comes in, wrestles, 11 times a year, 12 times a year, He's going to start doing a more regular schedule now. He's signed a full-time deal. But what's a full-time deal in 2026? LA Knight did the most matches last year. He did 60 odds. You know, the average wrestler's probably doing 40 matches a year. You know, that kind of being on the road. It's just not, it's not the life, it's not as hard anymore. It's nowhere near as hard anymore. And I feel like you don't get those weaker people weeded out. If you could hang and do the schedule back in 91, you had something about you. You had grit. You had heart. Because there was a lot of people that couldn't do it, that couldn't hang back then. And unfortunately, a lot of them, just to cope, you know, got themselves into a bad way. So perhaps we shouldn't wish for it to come back. But if it did come back, you might weed out some people that just wouldn't make it. You might weed out some of the weaker people. Just seems a lot easier now. The bar for entry is lower now. I don't think that's a good thing. But none of us wish that people would get themselves into the messes they got themselves into back then. Dusty's been tagged in. He throws in a big shot. Big chop coming in. Bionic elbow. And again. In there with the $1 Million Man. These two are such opposites, aren't they? Like, Dusty's a massive baby face. He's all about family. He's come from hard times. And then you've got the evil $1 Million Man. Doesn't care about anything but money. They are the complete opposite. Which is what made them such... And Ted could work, man. So it makes them such good opponents. Drop kick there by Dustin. You also had to survive the locker room. Apparently it's like the Waltons now. Back then it was a savage place of politics and bullying, said JB. Yeah. Again, I saw Chelsea make a comment the other day saying about how she wants to make it a very open, very welcoming place. And that is very reflective of where we are right now. I'm not against there being a little bit of edge in the locker room. I'm not against it not being all candy and flowers. I think it comes back to that sort of, you know, when your football team has got a nice manager and they're a nice person and they try to make training fun and all this stuff, you hear fans questioning, is that good for the team? You know, all encompassing, all positive. Is that good? Is nothing but carrot good? Or should you have a little bit of stick as well? You know? In this day and age, everyone wants a world where it's just carrot 24/7. Everything's great. Don't worry about it. Nice, nice, nice. There does have to be something said, though, for it to have like an edge as well, though. You know, to keep people on their toes. To keep complacency away, you know? For people to want to better themselves. And I don't think you can just have, like, it be all rainbows and lollipops and whatever. I would say this was too far the other way. You do hear stories back here of bullying and, you know, some awful stuff. I mean, look at what The Miz went through many, many years after this. You know, that seems too far to me. Him being kicked out the locker room for a long period of time. That seems too far. But then I do question. I'm only questioning. But I do question if, like, you know, do we run the risk of going too far the other direction? I think both extremes have got negatives. I think somewhere in the middle is right. I think back then it was too far to the negative, to the bullying. I do worry if you can go too far to the niceties, and that's where complacency comes in. That's where, like, you know, there's a lack of accountability if, like, matches aren't to a certain standards. It's where, you know, people that aren't of the level required can be accepted rather than weeded out. I don't know, man. I feel like in the middle is the sweet spot for me. That's a whole separate conversation. Right here, look, we've got... Oh, shot there by Ted DiBiase. He's going off on Virgil. Virgil gets thrown outside the ring. There was a bit of miscommunication. Tag made, though. In comes Dusty. Don't forget, WWE knew that Dusty was leaving. He had gone and he'd spoke to Vince about going back to WCW at this point, and how it was a big opportunity for him to... $1 Million Man gets it. $1 Million Man rolls up Dusty. It's disappointing, but I think once you know that Dusty is leaving, that kind of explains why $1 Million Man gets the win here. But there's a lot more about... Yeah, that attack. Look, like now we've got $1 Million Man. You need to stick with this. $1 Million Man has asked for the microphone. $1 Million Man's got the microphone. Let's see what he's got to say. There's only one more match left, and it is the Rumble after this. It's quite a big undercard, this, actually. Everyone's got a price. No one crosses the $1 Million Man. Okay, $1 Million Man said, Rhodes, you just paid the price. Right, here we go. Virgil, chance breaking out. You idiot, Virgil. Get my $1 Million belt. Get in the ring. Put it around my waist. Oh, it's just such a great story. Get the belt, Virgil. The crowd are like, no, don't do it, Virgil. Stand up for yourself. We can see that you don't like it and that you're being disrespected. Virgil goes over, grabs the belt. Put that thing around my waist. Virgil's got that belt. The crowd desperately want him to nail the $1 Million Man with it. They're cheering as Virgil is looking at the belt. Someone just threw a drink at $1 Million Man. Virgil drops that belt on the ground. Virgil looking at $1 Million Man. Oh, think about your family. Think about your mother. Pick it up. Roddy Piper says, remember, Virgil, there comes a point. How humiliating. Virgil goes down and he does pick it up. Boom! He nails the $1 Million Man with the championship. Roddy loves it. Roddy on commentary for this is brilliant. No, a star is born. A star is born. He spits on the $1 Million Championship, throws it at the $1 Million Man, and Virgil gets out the ring as the crowd are going crazy. Yes, Virgil! Oh, God, I just wish we could have followed up on that better. Well, actually, I mean, the matches and the story that they go into now is fantastic, but... Oh. Right. The chaos would be a match, said Trini. I think the Prince is going to be the surprise swerve winner for the Rumble 2026. What, Balor? Steve said, unfortunately, that star faded fast. I know. I know. I don't think he ever would have made it. Well, I can't say that. I was going to say, I don't think he ever would have made it to the top of the cards, even if he was, like, you know, a great talker and a great in-ring worker. But I don't know. It's not too far away until we've got, like, Bret and Shawn. I mean, if he had been a great talker, really charismatic, and a great worker, could he have been in the mix? So hard, isn't it? I mean, you could say that about anyone. God, if only they were just better in the ring and better on the microphone. I mean, that kind of is the job, actually. Okay, we've got Hogan just saying a few words. First time we're seeing Hogan tonight. Crowder with Hogan here. Even if you're not a Hogan fan, I mean, what's the alternative? You're going to cheer for Sergeant Slaughter. America needs a hero. And guys, you had one. Sudan. It's going to be just like Sudan Hussein. He's pumped. Hogan's pumped. Right. Here we go. About nearly 2 hours of a Rumble event. And we haven't had a Rumble. Rumble, young man, Rumble. Number 1. Da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na. Bret Hart. I don't remember the order of this, you know. Not a flipping clue. I have no idea who's coming out when. Legit, I don't remember who he starts off with. Was it a member of Demolition? But that could be another Rumble. Bret Hart. Jason said, me neither. Well, it'll just make it exciting, wouldn't it? Is that Dino? Dino? Dino Bravo coming down. That's why I don't remember. Dino Bravo. He got into drug stealing, didn't he? And, like, got whacked when his time in WWE was done. I think there was a Dark Side of the Ring episode on him. Big powerhouse. Big, big powerhouse. Okay, Bret Hart and Dino Bravo starting us off. Have I got all my Rumble numbers, actually? I'm going to need them for a few weeks' time. They're all wrong. Bret Hart trying to eliminate. That is the order of last year's Rumble. I can actually use this as a chance to get them in better positions, actually. There we go. It's good, good opportunity to get some stuff sorted for a couple of weeks' time. I've always got these just set up ready, but I'm not going to bother using them now. Lovely. Goods. I can even take the entries off. No, I don't need that. Okay, so Dino Bravo, Bret Hart is starting us off. By 2025. It was nice knowing you. Okay, number 3 about to come down. 1. Logan Paul was the last entrant. How disappointing. Greg the Hammer Valentine. The Hammer coming down. That's going to be an issue for Bret. Actually, it's going to be an issue for everyone who goes in. Double Axe Handle goes after Dino. Every man for themselves. Guys, I am so ready for the Rumble in 2 weeks. I'm ready. Okay, let's get rid of that last score. Jimmy Hart is on the edge of the ring. He's having a go at Greg. Clothesline by Dino. Greg goes into that top rope. I wonder if he was meant to go over the rope there. He got attacked from behind. Another kick coming in. So Dino and Greg have kind of turned their attention on each other. You lot said that was good 100. You enjoyed that. Maybe helped by the Virgil moment. Oh, Dino gets eliminated. Dino gets eliminated. Well, Jimmy Hart's not going to appreciate that. Greg distracted by Jimmy. Bret could have took advantage there, but he's inverted atomic drop. He was a little bit gassed. Bret Hart. A good showcase this for Bret. He's got Greg over. He's trying to eliminate him. Over by the ropes. We should be getting, it feels like a countdown spot this, doesn't it? There we go. 9, 8, 7, 6. Here we go. Number 4. So, Bret Hart, Dino Bravo. Oh, he came out early there. Is that Roma? Paul Roma making his way down. Paul Roma of Power and Glory. The tag team Power and Glory. He was a good worker, actually, Paul Roma. So he's come down and this is bad news. Bad news for the Hitman. Oh, but again, every man for themselves. I don't know how smart that is by Paul Roma. Surely if there's 3 of you in there, you need to work with someone. Strategy would say that you would work with someone, get someone eliminated, and then just get down to the 2 of you. Doesn't really make any sense, does it, to attack both people? But listen, maybe that's why Paul Roma never won the Rumble. Because he just never had the right strategy. And also because he was Paul Roma. Days Dino later in life was involved in illegal cigarette smuggling and was trying to get into cocaine, says Dean. Dean, thank you. I think I learned that from a Dark Side episode. I know that he got killed. Shame. Okay, we're still with the 3. Dino has been and gone. Bret Hart with Paul Roma. Here we go. Counting down number 5, about to make their way down. It's been a little bit flat, I'd say, so far. Is that Texas? Boom. Texas Tornado. Bang! Oh, my God. Mate, you want to talk about people that should have been monster stars? Kerry Von Erich, the Texas Tornado. I mean, at this point, you know, he's here for a payday. I don't know if people have seen Iron Claw. But Texas Tornado, Kerry Von Erich in the Rumble. A nice little pop when he came out. He was a brick shiz house, said Matt Dick. He really was, wasn't he? He really was. And he such an attractive guy. I mean, the Von Erichs in Texas were just gods. Some of the things he must have got up to in his life. I mean, everyone in Texas knew who the Von Erichs were. They were just so loved. That whole family was so loved. But, you know, he had an opportunity to come to WWE, took it. And, you know, by this point, I think he knows. I mean, he's got part of his foot amputated, hasn't he, at this point? I don't think people knew that. But he has got, like, some restrictions. He's got a lot of demons. You just look at him and just feels like he could go on to be a monster star, but it doesn't work out that way. Rick the Model comes down. Rick the Model goes straight after Bret the Hitman Hart. Rick the Model in there trying to get rid of the Hitman. So Rick the Model Martel was the next entrance. It's weird watching this, knowing that most of these are on coke and steroids and booze, said Simply Simon. It's a shame to watch it and think it as well, because there's so many people here that feel special. Like we said, you know, Texas Tornado feels special. Davey Boy feels special. But so many of them, as you said, struggle with demons outside the ring. Jake the Snake had loads of demons. I mean, if these people were more engaged, do you know what I mean? Were more switched on, more career focused, and didn't have those demons, God only knows what WWE would have looked like. Maybe it would have looked the same. Maybe it would have been different. I think, actually, we do have to remember that as much as these people look amazing, and it's a shame that we didn't get more out of them, we're not far away from the steroid trial that really changes the landscape. The steroid trial comes along, and of course, as a result, Vince is being accused of giving his wrestlers steroids. And steroids had just been made illegal. They weren't illegal for the 80s, whatever, but they got made illegal in the early 90s. And Vince is accused of giving his wrestlers steroids. And so immediately, message goes out, if you are on anything, get off it. Ugh. Saba Simba. Saba Simba, who is basically Tony Atlas with a new gimmick. I tell you what, though, I mean, I wish this was just Tony Atlas. Saba Simba was a horrible gimmick. Horrible. But I wish this was just Tony Atlas. I mean, he was a name back in the day, obviously, with tag team with The Rock's dad. First black maybe champions, actually, in WWE. Certainly the first black tag champs. Tony Atlas and Rocky Johnson. But yeah, this is bad. Double axe handle there by, I'm just going to call him Tony. I'm not calling him Saba Simba. Vince never learned about Reasonable Doubt, said Jacob. This is Hogan's final full year before the steroid trial, says Jay. Yeah, so the message would go out, no more steroids, which is why then all of a sudden you start to see the new generation look completely different to the golden era. You know, that new generation, it's all Bret, Shawn, Diesel, who's tall. You still got Undertaker, but Undertaker was never really shredded and ripped and massive, was he? So, I mean, you did still have Undertaker, but, you know, you look at the Texas Tornado. You look at the British Bulldog. You look at Hogan and the size Hogan was. You look at the Warrior. You kind of look at these people. Even Rick the Model Martel is flipping shredded. Ah, here's someone that's not shredded. Butch. I flipping love the Bushwhackers. One of my favourite ever teams. Look at all the people that are bushwhacking in the stands. That would have been me, man. That would have been me. Fun, just fun. In he comes, bushwhacking away. No, he's not even doing anything. He hasn't even touched anyone. Well, it doesn't need to. Oh, Tony Atlas eliminated. He was trying to get rid of Rick the Model Martel. Look at Atlas as well. I mean, I'd imagine there's a bit enhancement going on with Tony Atlas. Shots coming in by Tornado. Bang! Right now, we've got Tornado and Bret working on Rick the Model Martel. Butch is still in there. It's weird to see a bushwhacker survive longer than like 30 seconds. He's already looking back. He's down and he's absolutely battered already, Butch. He's just popped up. He's gone over to Greg. He's trying to help with an elimination. Rake of the eyes by Butch. He's trying to work on Greg the Hammer. He's going to... That's the spot you don't see anymore. Where he gets the two heads, smacks them together. Double noggin knocker, also as Gorilla would call it. A double noggin knocker. Lots going on as we got another countdown. So Bret is with Roma. Model is with Texas Tornado. Butch is with Greg. Jake the Snake. No music when people come down, and you really miss that. I miss that. No music as people are making their way down. Jake in there going after Rick the Model Martel. Now, were they feuding at this time with the blinding? I think they were, weren't they? I don't know what part of the story we're at, though. I think it kind of, yeah, heated part by the looks of it. So Rick the Model Martel had sprayed arrogance in Jake's eyes, blinding him. Oh, short arm clothesline. He's gone in there and gone straight after Rick the Model Martel. Crowd are going absolutely crazy. Model under the bottom rope. So he's not eliminated. Jake on the outside, chasing after Rick the Model. Model getting back in the ring. Greg the Hammer grabbing Jake. How many people we got in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 7 in there. 7 in there. Elbow drop by Greg. Butch over in the corner. Shane is reffing, said K-Dub. Yeah, there he is. Having a word with Rick Martel. Shot coming in by Jake. And again, he's trying to eliminate the Model. Model is teetering. Some energy here. I feel like when Warrior lost that belt, the crowd really suffered. They struggled. I feel like they're back now. I mean, the Rumble's so exciting. But like Jake being in there, I think was a real moment. Crowd are counting down. You can hear it's a lot of kids counting. Boos. Hercules coming down. Yeah, they are working together as a team here, Roma and Hercules. It wouldn't, I mean, I know teams do turn on each other, but it doesn't make sense to do it when you've got so many people to go after. Why would you go after the one person that has got your back?
Right now, Bret in a bit of trouble with Greg. Butch is still in there. This has got to be the longest a Bushwhacker has ever lasted in a Rumble match. Rick the Model getting back in the ring. Bret's okay. He's in the corner, but they cannot get him high enough to eliminate him. Power and Glory are in the ring together. That's a little bit of a problem here for people if they need to probably eliminate one or get them isolated. If those two can work together, they could cause some damage. Bret's obviously a problem. Jake's obviously a problem. Butch is not a problem. Here's Rick the Model Martel. He's got Jake tied up in the ropes. Here's Texas Tornado. Texas Tornado should be a bigger problem than he actually is. Chop coming in. Here we go. We're counting down. 8, 7, 6, 2, 1. Tito Santana. Arriba. Oh, someone just went over the top, but I didn't see who it was. Roma, is it? I think it's Roma. Roma's just been eliminated. There's some good star power in this, to be honest. Not the strongest, but can't be down on Tito. Jake. Love seeing a Bushwhacker. Texas Tornado. Bret Hart. Greg Valentine. I don't need a Paul Roma. I can take or leave a Hercules. I don't need a Saba Simba. But it's been okay. Obviously, we've still got some big, big names to come. Still got Hogan. That's the big one. Bret over in the corner. Bret is in a whole world of trouble here. At one point, he was upside down. Didn't Santana become El Matador the following year? He did. That gimmick didn't really do much for him, but it's actually a gimmick I'm really fond of because that was the gimmick he had when I first started. This is just a touch before when I first start watching. So actually, when I start watching, he is El Matador. And they do the Hasbro that's El Matador. I remember getting that. So I know him more as El Matador, but he wasn't really El Matador for that long. It's a bit like when Ricky the Dragon was breathing fire and everything. He didn't do that long, all things considered. Oh, here we go. Look at this. The Undertaker coming down with Brother Love. Undertaker making his way down. Now, this is really interesting because The Undertaker had only debuted at Survivor Series 1990. That was only like the November of 1990. Here we are in January of 1991. This is his second PLE appearance and immediately eliminates Bret Hart. Immediately gets in and eliminates Bret Hart. Now, you know they had high hopes, big things planned for this guy straight out of the gate. So here he is in there, immediately eliminating Bret Hart. They want him to look good here. Jake. Headbutt coming in by Undertaker. Undertaker. Look at this. Undertaker with Texas Tornado. That's a combination I'd never really think of. Oof. Shot coming in. I don't know if they had a singles match, actually. Kick coming in. Another shot there by Texas Tornado. Look at this. That is great for the Rumble, actually. You get to see people locking up that you don't really ever think about. I mean, we're just getting a little moment here of Kerry Von Erich The Texas Tornado going off on The Undertaker. I'd love to hear Undertaker talk about Kerry, because Kerry was a massive star in Texas and as a result wrestling overall. What must it have been like to have got in there and started locking up with Kerry Von Erich? Now, Superfly's coming out. Massive name in the history of wrestling, but he's getting boos. There is a dude in the front that's doing the Superfly. I used to do that as a kid. I'd stand in the corner, do the old Superfly splash. Again, the Hasbro figure had that hand gesture. So Superfly's come down, but of course, there's lots of rumors that he killed his wife in the kind of early 80s. So I don't know what people knew about that at this time. He's kind of got a dirty name now. Superfly is not fondly remembered. Superfly is in there, but it was interesting listening to the reaction because in my mind, he's not a heel. He should have got a monster pop, and there was no monster pop. This is the most fun I've had since my kids were born, and my oldest daughter is 25 now, said Simply Simon. It was a great time, wasn't it, this? It was. I keep saying it was just a different time. I mean, one thing that we don't have at this time is lots of word as to where we're going for WrestleMania and who's going to win. And I mean, we find out so much behind the scenes. We hear so much. The curtain has pulled back so much. This is why WWE Unreal is not a problem to me, because I feel like so much of the business is exposed. If anything, Unreal might just give us a glimpse as to, you know, what's actually true. Here's Davey Boy. But back then, I mean, we just had none of that. The Observer was around, but you really had to go out your way to find it. I don't think it was available in the UK. And it'd be like 0.1% of the crowd would be reading it. But it's just a different time now, innit? These are days that I don't think we'll ever get back. I don't see how we can unless the internet goes away. But even then, we're so used to being connected globally. I mean, I'm speaking to many of you in America, Canada, you know, from around the world right now. We're so used to being connected that even if social media went away, I'm sure we would just find other ways. There'd be other ways of connecting, you know. I don't see how we will ever go back to the darkness that was this time period. There was so much stuff we just didn't know because we didn't have that information being shared like it is now. I do think it made it a better time. But let's not be down on the current era because 2023, 2024 was really good. Davey Boy is in there. Another big name. He's big as well, isn't he? Look at him. Blimey now. King of the steroids. Undertaker with Greg the Hammer. Superfly going after Undertaker. Superfly just came out to like a real mixed reaction. I wonder why they chose him to be Undertaker's WrestleMania opponent. Smash? Smash. I couldn't tell if it was Axe or Smash for a second then. Axe is normally a bit bigger, but Smash has got a little bit of something to him here. I love the idea of retro watch-alongs. We should watch All Out 2021. Those were good times. I think 2021 was AEW's best year. I wouldn't go back and rewatch it, but For AEW fans, I would say those were good times. Davey Boy then, in control. Superfly on that middle rope. Shot coming in by Hercules. Martel on the outside. I don't feel like I've seen someone get eliminated for a while, actually. Shot by Undertaker. Oh, there's one. Jake the Snake, and there's a big one. Jake gets eliminated by Rick the Model Martel. Another double noggin knocker. A double noggin knocker by Jimmy Superfly. Undertaker with Davey Boy. And look at Bruce Pritchard. Look at Brother Love. Loving it. Undertaker and Davey Boy is another combination that I've not really thought of. I'm sure their paths did cross. I don't remember a big feud. Undertaker is all over the Bulldog. We're counting down smashes in there. I think I might have missed the elimination of Butch, actually. I can't see Butch's in there. Oh, what a rush. Yes. I got to admit, not a fan of tag team people being in a Rumble. Seems lazy to me. But it is pretty good when it's a big name like Hawk. Hawk coming down. But yeah, whenever you see a tag team, you're like, well, they're not winning. It's just filler, innit? Smash ain't winning. Hawk ain't winning. Axe ain't winning. Animal ain't winning. Butch ain't winning. I'm sure Luke will be down. He ain't winning. So, you know what I mean? There's a lot of spots there that, like, I don't know. Is there no one else we could have got? Can't we get Bruno Sammartino? Bang. Shots coming in. No entrance music. Nearly everyone has just rushed to the ring, said Steve. That is a down for this show, actually. And I don't think there was entrance music in 92, so I will give 92 a bit of a down mark for that as well. Definitely the Rumble is improved when you have entrance music. Did you see AAA uploaded an AI-generated Dominic wearing a world title, the AEW title? I have not seen anything, no. Alex said, Hawk's hair is hilarious. That's why I like him. Undertaker with Hawk right now. Hawk over against the ropes. William said Warlord ain't winning. Warlord ain't been in yet. I'm sure he is in this Rumble, though. Is he next? Are you ahead of me? No? It's Shane Douglas, who honestly was... yeah, a youngster. I mean, he was not really anything at this time. Shane Douglas... He would go on to do stuff, obviously, ECW. He'd come back and be Dean Douglas in the mid-90s. This time, we weren't doing anything with him. I think they did see him as an interesting young prospect. But, mate, this is another wasted spot. I mean, he's come in and he's just been nailed by Smash. And he's down already. I think the Superfly has just been eliminated. Tornado might have gone. Yeah. Reverend Slick at ringside. Brother Love still out there as well. Fuji out there. Hawk with a big chop there to Greg the Hammer Valentine. Rick the Model against the ropes. Double clothesliners. Shane Douglas and Tito Santana working together. If you put Hawk and Animal's hair together, you get a full head of hair, says Matt. Does anyone know what number we're on? I think we're coming up to about, like, 17-ish. I don't know the exact number because that's something else they don't do is tell you the number. But we've had a few eliminations and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got 9 in the ring. We've got to be halfway, if not just past it. No one coming out. No one coming out for that one. Well, that sucks, doesn't it? Boos? Yeah, rightfully so. God, the Rumble's pretty simple, isn't it? 30 people come out, and you count down and no one comes out. Boo. This is like some Triple H booking. The hell? So Gorilla said, we've got the list here. We'll be able to figure out soon who that was meant to be, but we don't know yet. Someone was meant to come out at that time. Undertaker against the ropes. We need more managers today, said Black Onyx. Shot coming in there by Hercules. Oh, number 18. So Roddy said, I'm still expecting number 18 to show. So that was number 18. Roddy says, until that clock starts again, number 18 is still legal. But there's the clock. There we go. They're saying it's too late now. Whoever that was, they're saying it's too late. Number 19 then is Animal. Animal coming down. Bang, smash, and Animal going at it, middle of the ring. Undertaker's with Hawk. Bulldog's in there in the corner. I tell you what, with this Rumble, there's not really much in the way of spots, or not that we've really seen at the moment. It's like a lot of people come down, they just join this big group. Double clothesline there by the Legion of Doom. They eliminate Undertaker. Hawk goes as well, though. Hawk eliminated. Undertaker eliminated. Bruce Pritchard. Brother Love going crazy. It took the Legion of Doom to eliminate the Undertaker. That's a big elimination, isn't it? That's a big elimination. No entrance number, no name cards or music. It really was no frills back then. It is true. I think this Rumble has been okay. I don't think it's anything special. There's been some nice star power, though. I mean, honestly, there's some names in this. You can't really defend no one coming out, though, at 18. I mean, that is bad. I know it's storyline. I remember it's storyline. I remember that they're going to give you a reason for it, but bottom line is you've still basically took one of the kind of surprises away. Crush coming down. I forgot he was around at this time. Crush coming down, a member of Demolition. Does that mean we've still got Axe to come as well? So 3 spots have been given to Demolition. None of them are going to win. None of them are going to win, so what a waste. Axe Smash Crush ain't winning this Rumble. Actually, when you think about it, like realistically, the people that could win this Rumble, it's actually probably quite a very short list. I mean, Bushwhackers ain't doing it. Demolition ain't doing it. Legion of Doom ain't doing it. Power and Glory ain't doing it. Sabasimba ain't doing it. Dino Bravo ain't doing it. Greg the Hammer Valentine ain't doing it. And once you start eliminating it, it's probably like just a handful of people that could. I very much doubt Rick the Model Martel was someone that we thought could do it. Maybe some were hoping for Jake. I would have been hoping for the Bulldog, definitely. Right now, as a kid, I'd be cheering on Davey Boy. But he just never could get over the line, could he? He could just never quite get that job done. Rick the Model is back in the corner. Greg driving his shoulder into the midsection. Demolition over against the ropes. Rick the Model Martel is in the corner. Hacksaw! Oh! USA! 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 I tell you what, big pop for this guy. This is a great time for Hacksaw. Yeah. Oh, USA pride is pumping through the veins of everyone in the arena. It's a great time for Mr. USA to come out. Oh! Hacksaw. Do you know what? I would have said he's got a chance. He's got a chance. I mean, the world champ is Sergeant Slaughter. We need someone. Obviously, Hogan's going to be the favorite. I mean, but if it ain't going to be Hogan, Hacksaw's got a chance. Davey Boy has got a chance. The only thing with Davey Boy is, do you want someone from Britain to sort of stand up to the evil Iraqi sympathizer? Doesn't really make sense, does it? It makes a lot more sense to go for someone that represents America. I mean, it just feels like Hogan, doesn't it? The table is set for Hogan. Everything is set for Hogan, but I would have said if I was around back then, I'd be like, yeah, keep an eye on Hacksaw. He's got a chance. If they don't go with Hogan. I also would have said Undertaker is a dark horse. But that dark horse got eliminated. 107 said Hacksaw was the first official Rumble winner. That is true. That is true. Yeah, good knowledge. Great knowledge. Davey jumps on the back of Crush. Sleeper Heart, I don't know what number we're at. I've lost track again. I know we're in the 20s. Ah, the big earthquake. Okay, I'd have said he's got a chance as well, actually. The big earthquake. Yeah, he was the big monster heel at this time that's basically not Slaughter. Or maybe DiBiase as well. DiBiase was a big heel at this time. But look at it. Look at the big earthquake. Ah, he's special, isn't he? Look at the size of him, man. Could you imagine if we had someone like him now? We haven't got anyone like him now. We ain't got anyone this size. Who's the closest we've got to this now? Bronson Reed? I feel like Earthquake eats Bronson Reed for lunch. Who's this? There ain't no one like this, is there? Earthquake. Look at that. Going after Hacksaw. To be honest, I think, you know, we've learned a lot about weight and how much strain it puts on the heart and everything. Hacksaw back in the corner. Otis. I don't think Otis is Earthquake size. I think the thing with Earthquake is he's got height as well. Oh, this is not Earthquake's height. I want to have a look, see how tall he is. Earthquake, WWE. It doesn't give it me in feet. He's just over 2 meters, apparently. Who's coming down? Mr. Perfect's coming down. His build is 6'7". His build as being 6'7", 468 pounds. Now, whether that's actually true, I would say is debatable. 6'7", 468 pounds. Flipping Yokozuna was being billed as 500 odd pounds when he first came in. Although, you know, John Tenter was a former sumo competitor, so Hacksaw throwing in some shots. Perfect against the ropes. Hacksaw eliminated. Hacksaw eliminated. The GOAT. Perfect, says 107. Drop kick there by Perfect. Perfect over against the ropes. Chop coming in. Perfect getting the rope clothesline. Online it says 6'4" for Earthquake. Yeah, I can buy that a lot more. I can buy 6'4" a lot more. 6'7", 400. Yeah. I ain't buying 460. Okay, who's next? So Perfect. Here we go. Here's the moment. The Hulkster. We doesn't even get his music. You would think that you would think they would give him his music. He had his music at this time. Do you know, I just don't think they had the idea of playing music at all. Okay, we got the Hulkster in there. We got the big Earthquake in there. This is what you've come to see, says Piper. It's weird hearing Piper be so positive about Hogan. He goes right after the Earthquake. Look at this. Look at the size of the Earthquake compared to Hogan. Blimey now. Shots coming in there by Hogan. Hogan desperately trying to get Earthquake up over that top rope. Big man in the corner. Perfect. Boss man were goats when I was a kid, says Simply Simon. Alex said, I reckon Earthquake's maybe 365. Honestly, I'm not very good at looking and like calling weight. Some people are excellent at doing that. Looking at people and going, I reckon it's about this. I have no idea. The only thing I do know is that Yokozuna was being billed at like 500 odd when he first came in. So I can mentally picture him. I don't think that's only like 40 pounds more than this. So I struggle with Earthquake being 460, but he's a big boy. We don't have nothing like him right now. Not with his size, not with his height. Chop coming in there by Hogan. We're counting down again. It is Haku. Dangerous outside the ring, not so dangerous inside the ring. Oh, Hammer gone. He was in there ages. Was he the Iron Man of this thing? He came down at like number 3. 45 minutes. 45 minutes, Gorilla said, for the hammer. Rick the Modern Martel is choking Hogan. Hogan, yeah, loud Hogan chants. Loud Hogan chants. Haku is the baddest SOB in WWF history, said Simply Simon. It's a shame we just couldn't really replicate that in the ring. I mean, it just seems like mid-carder. I mean, it doesn't even have like a run with the IC belt. He does get King of the Ring. Yeah, it is kind of crazy, though, to hear of, like, how savage he was. How brutal he was in the bars and away from the ring. He was absolute no-nonsense. Everyone in this Rumble right now is going to be super gentle with Hack. They want no locker room trouble whatsoever, do they? Okay, we're counting down again. I don't know. We've got to be in 25, 26. It is. It's the Neidhart. It's the Anvil. Now, Bret's not in there anymore, so Anvil's going to have to get in and just do it by himself, but... Jim the Anvil Knight is a late number for him, isn't it? Tito Santana going off on the midsection of Earthquake. Jab's coming in there by Hercules. Tito gets eliminated. Jab to the midsection by Earthquake. Another elbow coming in. Hogan in the corner with Perfects. Kick coming in there by Haku. We're getting a few eliminations. Got a lot of people in the ring. Headbutt by Hogan. Haku down. Hogan scooping up Haku. Davey Boy's still in there. Come on, Davey. Come on, Davey. We're clocking up to nearly 3 hours for this event. Bobby at ringside, Slick at ringside. They're all hoping that Hogan can get eliminated. Shane Douglas comes over and prevents it. We're counting down again. Good crowd, actually. There he is. Here's the winner. Is this the year? Is this the year? I think it might be. Straight in, straight out. Here he is. Way gets in. Stepping in the ropes, grabbed by Earthquake. Straight over the other side, eliminated. And he bushwhacks away. It is the year. It is the year. One of the greatest Rumble moments of all time. Bushwhacked his way down, got in the ring, got eliminated, bushwhacked his way back. Oh my God, everyone loves that. It's iconic. Absolutely iconic. I would love to know, and I actually don't know, did they tell him to not look disappointed and to just... Because normally when you get eliminated, you're like frustrated. You always see people doing that. Whose idea was it? Was it Vince's? Was it Pat Patterson's? Was it Luke's? Whose idea was it for him to get eliminated? Just get back up and go, straight to the back again. It's a genius spot. It really fits his character. There ain't much going on up there when it comes to Bushwhacker Luke. He's very carefree. That is just so great. It's that kind of, oh well. I'll see what they're doing in the back. This Rumble picks up points for that spot alone. Oh, an easy payday for Luke, said JB. Oh, so good. So good. Do you know, it does show, though, as well, that you don't have to be like this amazing wrestler that has these amazing matches or whatever to have iconic moments. I mean, that is an iconic moment. And it's, you know, that's the kind of same thing R-Truth taps into as well. It's the same thing Chelsea Green taps into. But that's kind of one of the early examples of one of those kind of comedic moments. That'd be a fun video, actually, going back and looking at like the examples of early comedic moments, like genuinely funny moments in wrestling. I mean, we've had some with like Roddy and some of his lines, whatever, but that kind of in-ring spot, so good. So good. Chop coming in by Perfect. How can we forget George eating turnbuckles as a comedic moment? I'm not forgetting it. I suppose as a kid, I didn't find it funny. I found it strange. I found it like I didn't like burst out laughing whenever he did it. I was like, what's he doing? Like it was weird to me. I mean, I feel like if you got to know him and maybe watched more of the shows at the time, and I'm sure they probably did some interviews with him where he spoke about why or whatever, or they explored why. But yeah, to be honest with you, that was one that always didn't concern me, but I was like, I was confused by it. Warlord throwing in some shots. Days, the Kofi spots in the Rumble were unique, but they got to a point where they just ran out of ideas, and then there was botches. Yeah, they were great. Those kind of avoiding elimination type moments. I think he's the first example of that. I don't recall anyone doing that before. We've had others since, of course, like Casey Catanzaro. She's done that, but Kofi would be the earliest example. But yeah, I think obviously he's lost a bit of his agility now that he's got older, and I think we've done a lot of the kind of ideas that we had. But those, it became a thing, didn't it? Everyone would wait to see. So yeah, I agree. Those were fun moments. Chop coming in there by Haku. Didn't Hogan always complain about being chopped, said Alex. I think it depended. It depended who it was. Some people, if they lay him in, he was certainly complaining backstage. But I think if he was on good terms with Hogan then, and you weren't really laying him in too hard. To be honest, though, you know, Bret said this the other day, and we spoke about it. Wrestling, you're meant to get in there and have a competitive-looking match. You're meant to be, like, competing, but you're not meant to hurt each other. Do you know what I mean? Like, back in this day and age, you had to go and work the next night, or you might even have a couple of matches on the same day. So actually, getting in there and being, like, Chop Red Raw and kind of goes a little bit against what we're trying to achieve here. We're trying to put on a show. So, you know, even Bret, that was his big criticism of Gunther. Look at the big tugboat. The big tugboat's in. Warlord came in. But yeah, this is Bret's criticism of Gunther. Like, Gunther, he hates the chops that Gunther does. Not because they're hurting Bret, but because it goes against really what professional wrestling is meant to be, which is it's meant to be a battle, a contest, a struggle, but you don't actually hurt your opponent. But I mean, Chops have been in wrestling for flipping so long. I feel like that's Bret probably just complaining for the sake of it, but... Okay, so it was good actually seeing the big tugboat go in and go straight after Earthquake. Obviously, as everyone knows, they would team up as natural disasters. Big Time said the Curtis Axel claim that he never got eliminated got turned into a gimmick, but it didn't get over. Do you remember him and Damien as Macho and Hogan? I loved it. I was a fan of it. But I was a fan of Damien. I wasn't as big a fan of Curtis, but I was a fan of Mizdow. I found him to be a very entertaining performer, so... I can't remember what he was called, though. I know it was Axel Mania. But I can't remember what Sandow was calling himself. He was the Macho Man part of it. They weren't together all that long. Chopped there by Hogan on Perfect. It was Macho Mandow. No, I don't remember it. I don't remember the name. I don't remember Macho Mandow. I remember him being Macho Man, but I don't remember the Macho Mandow name. But yeah, I remember it. Axel Mania and everything. I was into it. But then, do you know, they're paying homage to like my favourite period as well, so it's kind of fun seeing Macho Man and Hogan. I mean, that's a bit of a frustration I have with the current product, is that we're so focused on the here and now, we don't really, you know, we don't really call back to some of these great moments. Sometimes this doesn't feel like the same company that had Andre the Giant, Bruno Sammartino, Hulk Hogan, British Bulldog. Do you know what I mean? Like, we don't mention them, we don't reference them, we don't show classic moments or anything like that. Perfect eliminated. So it was kind of nice to see a little nod, actually. A little nod back to that time period. But yeah, you're right, it didn't get over. Rick the Model's been in there a long time, hasn't he? I wonder if he's the new Iron Man. We're getting down. That might have been everyone, you know. We haven't had another person come down. Davey's still in there. Come on, Davey. Come on, Davey. He might get this. We've got Knobs, Earthquake, Davey, Hogan, Martel. Let's get down to Davey and Hogan and let's sort this once and for all. Let's get down to Davey and Hogan and let's go. Double axe handle. Crowd are chanting Hogan. The crowd know who they want. And it's not Davey. Davey shaking the ropes. Rick the Model falls. Clothesline. Bang! Eliminated! Finally! Look at that. Davey going right over. Going right after the big earthquake. $53 minutes for Rick the Model Martel. 53 minutes. Davey eliminated. So we're down to 3. It's Knobs. It's Earthquake. It's Hogan. Gorilla said he doesn't like the Hulk's chances. It's a weird combination, this, isn't it? Really weird. Who would have thought we would have got down to Earthquake, Knobs, and Hogan? Earthquake against the ropes. Bang! Splashes on the Hulkster. Crowd are chanting for Hogan. Elbow there by Knobs. Jimmy Hart is giving tips. Alex said it's so obvious who's winning this. Matt said, I wanted Davey to win so bad. Here we go. Earthquake going over. Looking for that finisher. Boom! I mean, it don't mean nothing unless you get him over the top. And look at him straight up. He got squashed flat and then just popped up like a flipping Pop-Tart. Absolutely fine. Big boo. Knobs gets eliminated. Crowd are loving it. I gotta tell you though, 2026, that's getting big criticism. He just got up like flipping nothing had touched him. I would say that you could get away with it back then, but there was a growing groundswell of kind of anti-Hogan rhetoric that was growing, and it would really come through by the following year. A lot of people in this crowd are with him at the moment. But there's only so many times you can get away with doing things like that. Elbow. King Yeti said, that's why I always hated Hogan. Earthquake. Bang. Yeah, I mean, it did get to the point where there was really nothing the heels could do to put Hogan away. I mean, he just wasn't going to lose. You could throw everything. You could come down in a tank, ride over the top of him, fire the flipping gun at him, and then he'd still sit up. Hogan planted. Sandow had a lot of potential. I loved his savior gimmick and the pink trunks, purple knee pads. He was good, so I liked him. Shot coming in there by Earthquake. So we're down to Earthquake and Hogan. Here we go. He's hulking up again. Earthquake with a big shot, but it does nothing. Hogan reading the riot act to the big Earthquake. Driving him back against the ropes. Big boot. Hogan's like, shall I pick him up? Shall I pick him up? And they're like, yeah, pick him up. Pick him up. Look at the Earthquake. Pick him up, Hogan. Pick him up. Oh, boom. Big slam to the big Earthquake. Shall I throw him out? Yeah! Earthquake on his feet. Hogan grabs him. Earthquake gone, eliminated. Hogan wins. The heartache of the Iraqi sympathizer getting the dub to become the new champion, but there is a silver lining. There is a slither of hope for the USA. Maybe not all hope is lost. Perhaps there is a man that can bring pride back to the USA. I don't think at this time the winner of the Rumble guaranteed they were getting a title shot. But certainly it gives him a big peace in the Middle East sign is brought in the ring. It gives him a big shout. I wanted to know what the back of that sign said. Look, loads of people are giving their signs to Hogan. Has he read them? It might be worth reading it first. What did that one say? Saddam and Slaughter will surrender. Yeah, take that, Saddam. Take that, Saddam. Yeah, if you're watching. Look at that. We've got Stars and Stripes flag being waved in the front. Blammy it out. We've got another flag over there. Every man a real American. Hogan overcame all the odds. Picked up a shock victory. Hogan with a flag. I mean, as someone sat in the UK, I remember growing up watching this and being like, yeah, fair play, Hogan. Good for you, Hogan. You know, I was into it. I was pleased for him, but it obviously doesn't quite hit the same. But, you know, as a kid, you kind of understand USA represents goods. Iraq equals bads. This is the kind of support America gives the world. I missed 91. Oh my God. I missed 1991. And the show comes to an end. So, maybe not the greatest Rumble ever. I think the undercard was not too bad. K-Dub said, I miss the 90s. I miss the 90s as well. They were such a great time. They were such a great time. I do wonder, though, if part of that is because back then, you know, we didn't have other concerns. You know, as you get older, you have, like, adult problems. You know, house, car, mortgages. I mean, not that I have that problem, but I will hopefully have that problem in the near future. But, you know, just getting on the property ladder in this day and age is hard. But, you know, back then you just, all you thought about was flipping, what am I doing at the weekend? And that was it, really. Magical. Magical times. Simpler times, said K-Dub. No phones, said Jason. Yeah, no social media. None of that. Yeah. It was different times. Very cool. Nice to go back and rewatch, to be honest. As we said, that was a really well viewed show, actually. The views on that are really strong. There's not another Rumble that does better views than that until we get to, I think it's 1999. And that does more views than the WrestleMania. It's weird, isn't it? Because we've just seen Sergeant Slaughter win the belt and he got like mad heat. Just in the crowd chanting for Hogan. Hogan wins. You can see where this is going. It's leading to WrestleMania and it's leading to Hogan against Sergeant Slaughter. But it's weird to think that that does not do a monster number. It's weird to think that that needs to move from the bigger venue, which was going to be the Coliseum, to a smaller venue. They claim because of security concerns, because obviously they keep going with the Iraqi sympathizer thing. And, you know, the tensions only grow now that the war has actually begun. Before this, there was like tensions and a bit of a conflict, but it wasn't outright war. And it's literally around this Rumble event, the day before, I don't know the exact timing, but it's really close, that war is declared, war breaks out. And I think that really changes things. You know, it goes from being a little, you know, scuffle, disagreement, conflicts, to actually, no, we're at war. This is war. And I think when you actually declare something like that, do you know what I mean? That's a different level in it. That's all of a sudden this is serious stuff. So I think that really hurts this story, actually. But then you can make the argument they shouldn't have been doing this story in the first place. They should have been doing something else. But numbers for this Rumble are really good. They are even bigger than what will be that WrestleMania that follows. But, yeah, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Having a go back, having a little glimpse at what was going down in 1991. Big Time says, we're seeing larger-than-life wrestlers on this pay-per-view, and now we're seeing dudes like Eli Knight and Vanity Project, Javon rising. Small, flippy guys are the future. Yeah. I think this is where I keep talking about there probably being a need for, like, divisions, because I think the majority of people, and obviously I can't speak for everyone, but I think the majority of people, I'm including casuals and I'm including people that don't watch wrestling, I think there is still something in the airport test. I think there is still something in seeing someone and going, who's that guy? Wow. Who's that? What does that guy do? Right? Without even knowing who they are, just seeing them and being like, whoa, who's that? I think you get that with Andre. I think you get that with Hogan. I think you get that with Undertaker. You know, I think you get that with Earthquake. I think you get that with those kinds of people, but you don't get that with, like, Sami Zayn, you know? And we've got to be honest, I think that is obviously something that has held him back. I think you didn't get that with Daniel Bryan, and I think that was something that held him back as well. I mean, we know from interviews that he was not meant to get that WrestleMania moment. And, you know, I think these are barriers. So it is true, there are smaller people, like, you know, competitors around now that don't have that same presence. I think there is definitely a place for them. And when this is a conversation that keeps coming up quite a bit, because people like to use that as the reason as to why wrestling is struggling now. And maybe there is a bit of truth in that, because I think there's a place for your Javons, of course, your Vanity Projects, of course. I think everyone would say there's a place for Daniel Bryan in wrestling, right? Could you imagine if we didn't have wrestlers of that caliber just because they were not big and tall like Hogan, you know? So, I mean, it's stupid to say that size doesn't work or something like this. Like, that's just not true. But, I mean, look at Rey Mysterio, right? But I think it helps to have big guys around at the same time. So if you've got Javon and you've got Vanity Project and you've got Sami Zayn and whatnot, have you also got those bigger guys? Have you also got the Roman Reignses? You know, can you still... Because there are people that are going to look at the smaller guys that are casual fans that maybe aren't going to know their work, aren't going to feel a connection, and aren't going to watch the show. But if they see big giants and these big, strong powerhouses, they might be tempted to give it a go. Cool, you know, I mean, Obafemi has got that presence. Roman has got that presence. Brock Lesnar has massively got that presence. You could drop Brock Lesnar into that ring, and he'd be one of the biggest guys in that ring. I mean, he'd be bigger than a Rick the Model Martel. I think he'd be bigger than a Davey Boy. I don't know how he would compare to an Earthquake or a Hogan. He might not have their height, but he's going to look good, isn't he? So, you know, we do have people of that size around. Trick Williams has got height to him. Randy Orton looks great. I think he's underrated for his size, actually. I mean, he's tall and he's really jacked these days. I mean, he honestly, he's big. He's got big. Over the past 5 years or so, he's got really big. I think there is a blend now. The only thing I would say is it is very hard for your Johnny Garganos and for your Nathan Frasers and for your Sami Zayns and your Finn Balors you know, these are great talents. Even your Rey Mysterios. I mean, when was the last time Rey Mysterio was world champion? I think it's hard for these people to get world titles because there's always these bigger guys that are in the way. There's always, you know, these like Gunthers, Romans that are kind of getting the opportunities. And so your smaller guys just struggle. This is why I feel like if you had a world title that was an actual world title, a genuine world title, if you get it, your world title count goes up by 1. A belt that could main event pay-per-views, but it's just limited. So you've got to be under a certain weight to compete. It's basically 205 belt, the cruiserweight belt. That, but don't give it its own division. Everyone and anyone can go for it. The only thing is, you have to weigh under a certain weight. That is it. If you weigh under 205, 210, whatever, 220, set it wherever you want to set it. I don't mind where you put it. I don't mind where that barrier is or where that benchmark is. But just have a benchmark where you've got to be under this weight. And if you are under that weight, then it's open to everyone. The person that holds it is a legitimate world champion. It can main event SummerSlam, main event WrestleMania, you know. And those people that are going for that belt, I mean, those are going to be, you know, potentially Daniel Bryan, AJ Styles. They can go for the other belt as well. It's just, I think that this would help because, you know, Nathan Frazier, Johnny Gargano, like Rey Mysterio, Dragon Lee, like it just gives them a championship that they've got a much more realistic chance of getting their hands on. And think of some of the matches. I feel like a lot of the great open challenge matches, you know, Carmelo taking on Tommaso Ciampa, taking on Johnny Gargano, taking on Ilya Dragunov. I don't see any reason why all of those wouldn't just naturally be in a lighter world heavyweight, world light heavyweight, or whatever division you want to call it. I feel like the quality would be there. I feel like you could tell stories. I mean, I really think you could do some really great stuff. I mean, Nathan Frazier against Johnny Gargano for the World Lightweight Championship. And it's a proper world title added to your list. I think there's something to that. I think there's something to that. Because I look at boxing, and I keep saying this, but Conor McGregor is tiny. Khabib is tiny. Floyd Mayweather is tiny. Did you see Floyd Mayweather in his face-to-face with Logan Paul? Tiny. But they're some of the biggest. Manny Pacquiao. They're some of the biggest pay-per-view drivers. I find it a real frustrating conversation whenever we have to have this about, like, size, because it is true that it matters, but it's also true that there is very much a place for these people in wrestling. I'm so against the notion that these smaller guys don't belong. I really push back against that. Because think of what you would lose. You'd lose Carmelo, you would lose Javon, you would lose Daniel Bryan, you might lose AJ Styles. You know, maybe you would lose early Shawn Michaels. Maybe you would lose Bret Hart. I don't know. I don't know where that line is, but I know that you would lose a Rey Mysterio and you'd lose some of the greats. And if you applied that to boxing, you'd lose a lot of the greats. If you apply it to MMA, you'd lose a lot of the greats. So I think the truth is there has to be that blend. Because I do think a lot of casual fans will come in for the bigger looking stars for that airport test. But yeah, for me, there is very much a place for those smaller wrestlers. I mean, I don't think anyone would say Javon needs to be out of wrestling. I don't think anyone would watch Javon or Leon and say there's no place for them, or say that there's no place for Carmelo or whatever. It is this hang-up, isn't it, that is kind of in wrestling. So it'd be good to kind of move past that conversation. And actually, you know, start acknowledging that the work that these people do is oftentimes better than the larger guys. But you can't escape the fact that the larger guys bring that aura, you know? And maybe it's an aura that the smaller guys struggle to bring, which is why we need a blend. I want a tweener who can scrap with the big guys, but still do explosive, high-risk moves. Roman Reigns pops up in the TV, and it goes from 2.2 to 2.7. If you follow that up with DIY Pretty Deadly, you're going to crash like a helicopter. There is room for small guys like Carmelo, Javon, Daniel Bryan. But the key is to have strengths that can balance charisma, might, skills, characters. Not 100 Daniel Garcia likes. Yeah, I mean, I can't talk about Daniel Garcia because I don't watch AEW. But all I can say is there is room, as we just said, in wrestling for Carmelo, Daniel Bryan, Javon, Rey Mysterio. I mean, yeah, you've got to have the skills, but I would say a lot of those guys have got better in-ring skills than some of the bigger guys. I'd say some of those guys are bringing, much better work rates. Nathan Frazier, amazing. Fraxium, fantastic. So it's one of those where, I think if you go back to WCW and if you have a look at what they were doing in the kind of 90s, towards the end of the 90s, they had a nice blend. The top end of the card was Hogan and Nash and NWO, but then they had their cruiserweight division, which was, just heralded as like one of the best things going. This is where you had Eddie Guerrero. I mean, God, get rid of the smaller guys. You're getting rid of Eddie Guerrero. Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio, Psychosis. They had that division that really excited. I think TNA took a leaf out of that book by bringing in their X division as well. So, we've seen it over in TNA. So there is definitely a blend that is required. But I think WWE have kind of got that blend at the moment. I can point to, Brock, Roman. I can point to those kinds of stars as being people, Randy, that I think would fit in that world. Dean said, I think smaller wrestlers deserve a chance to show what they can do in the ring. Steve said that first tag match that we watched tonight had smaller guys, and it was one of the best matches of the night. We need wrestling back on Sundays, said Shaquem. Bit of wrestling on a Sunday would be good, wouldn't it? Like a regular show. That would be good. If you have Fraxium on the roster, it's a library of silence. How do you get them over? Well, it's not because they're small. It's not because they're small. It's because of the fact that you've done nothing interesting with them. Again, creative. If you have, if you put them out there and put them in regular tag matches and make that tag division matter, put them in some good feuds, then you can get reactions. I mean, you can't say that they don't get reactions because they're small, because we've just named a load of wrestlers that are small that get reactions. So that's just not, that conversation doesn't work, does it? I mean, Daniel Bryan was small compared to other people, and he got arenas around the world chanting yes. So size-wise, there's nothing, there's no problem. I mean, the thing with Fraxium, if we're going to talk specifics, is that, we know that Nathan Frazier, charisma-wise, is a bit dry. Before we had Fraxium, he was doing those news segments, and they weren't very good. Actually, Nathan Frazier on his own, on a microphone, struggles. In the ring, amazing. In the ring, he's incredible. A-Kids is, someone, I don't know why he feels like he needs to wear the mask. I mean, he's a good-looking guy as A-Kid. But, they're kind of, we're going to split up, we're not going to split up. We did that in NXT. I think it kind of carried a little bit over to the main roster, but by and large, we haven't done anything with Fraxium. I mean, they're stop-start. They appear in, like, nothing backstage segments. I mean, why would we expect the crowd to react to Fraxium? Why would we expect the crowd to care? I mean, we don't know them as people. We're doing a little summit now. But, I mean, God, what's the story? That flipping Johnny stole Axiom's mask. And now it's going to lead to a match next week. I mean, we're not talking top-tier creative, are we? We're not, this is, their place on the card is a tag team It just fills out the cards. It's just, here's some good wrestling. You know, that match between Johnny and Nathan, it's going to be a good match. It's not going to drive ratings, but it's going to be good in-ring work for those that are interested in good in-ring work. So you might tune in to watch Roman or Randy or Cody or Drew. You might tune in for those. But then here's a banger that might keep you around. Here's a little something that you might enjoy. And they can deliver that. But I mean, if we really want them to be driving ratings, if we really want them to be people that are going to get people to tune in, yeah, it ain't necessarily match quality that's going to do that. We said that earlier about AEW. WWE focus on star power. They don't focus on match quality. AEW focus on match quality and ask them how their ratings are doing. We know that Jay yeeting and big entrances and all of that, we know that that is the secret sauce to driving ratings. Roman Reigns, aura farming, that's how you get ratings. So we know that. But that doesn't mean that that's the only thing that should be on the show. That doesn't mean that, like, that's the only thing we want to see. Because at some point the bell's going to ring and we want to be entertained. So for me, there is absolutely a place on this card for Aphraxium. There's absolutely a place for Javon. There's absolutely a place for Rey Mysterio. There's absolutely a place for AJ Styles. Absolutely a place for Daniel Bryan. The list goes on and on and on. But you wouldn't, you know, no one is saying that they're driving ratings. But you get people to tune in for your Romans, your Randys, and then you show them some great action. And, you know, you try and keep them hooked that way. And listen, if people decide that's not for them and they, like, start tuning out, well, that's for WWE to work out, isn't it? I mean, I would say that doesn't mean you abandon your smaller stars. What it means is you give them better creative. You make people care about them more. You make the storylines more personal. You actually dig into stuff. I mean, actually, I think I'm right in saying that when they removed Axiom's mask, that was actually one of the highest rated YouTube videos. So we can talk about quarter by quarter breakdown, but if we talk about YouTube views, I believe the Axiom moment with his mask being removed was a real success for them. So success comes in different guises. This is why I don't think, like, you can't only look at, like, quarter hour breakdowns. I mean, you need to be looking at Google searches, merch sales, video views. Like, it's a whole smorgasbord of numbers that's going to tell you what's working and what's not working. You can't just use one performance indicator. You'd have to look at quite a few. So, yeah, I mean, look, for me, there is very much a place for them. I think it's a blend. I think that what went wrong last year was the top end of our card we got wrong. But there was a lot of praise for the tag division, wasn't there, last year? Do you remember that? A lot of praise for the tag division and tag wrestling. A lot of praise for what we were doing and the way that we built to that TLC. That involved a lot of smaller guys. A lot of smaller guys in the tag division. Like DIY, like Fraxium, like Motor City Machine Guns. They were all involved in those TLC. That was a lot of people's favourite match of the year. Are we saying there's no value to that? I find that very hard to agree with. They badly botched Julia on the main roster, and now they're trying to fix matches with the second title reign, and it's not working. They put little effort in, and they get little results, says Big Time. Jennifer said, totally missed the notification for this one. I've been in bed with a migraine. Well, no worries, Jennifer. Honestly, it was just a bit of a bonus ball, really. We did it because I love going back and watching these old shows, and I think it's really, really fun to do that and revisit them. And I think that, you know, it's, there's a lot of nostalgia, good vibes, good feelings that people have as well. So we've obviously done a lot of these, and I think Rumbles are ones that people enjoy. Probably needed to shout about it a bit more in advance. But to be honest, I mean, I'm not doing it for the views. I don't really come into these expecting many people to join us. It's a Sunday, you know. This was only advertised like 24 hours ago, so it's not like we've been shouting about this. So it was just something to do on a Sunday, something to do at the weekend. We know that next weekend we got Saturday night's main event. We know the weekend after that we got the Royal Rumble. So we know we got big stuff on the way. So yeah, should be good. We are back up and running, and just nice to do a little bonus stream. Right, I think we'll call it quits there, actually. So what did you think about the Rumble? Let's have a look at the score. So you lot scored it great 67. Great 67. So no one said it was bad. Good came out at 33. Great 42, but 25 said all-time. Add the great and all-time together. That gives us great 67. So very, very well received. I got to say, this show, by and large, was well received by you guys. I think it was very much a thumbs up. And I can tell you that that is how people felt at the time. It was a well-received Rumble. I know it did well in the Observer. I don't know what score it's got on Cage Match, though. That was one I was wondering about earlier. Let's have a look and see where we are with that, because that would be interesting to see how people feel about it now. Rumble. I just want to look before we go. Let's have a look here. Let's go back to 1991. Okay, Rumble. Lower than I thought, to be honest with you. I thought it would get... Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? That is weird. As time has gone by, it's dropped. So its current is 6.6. 6.6. I think that's fair. But what's interesting is in 2007, when Cage Match started, it's got 10 votes and it got 8.4. Then it dropped to 7.8. Then 7.3, 7.5, 7, 7.2. 2014, it was back to 7.5. 7.5 in 2016. And then since 2016, it started to consistently get sixes. So there seems to have been a bit of a turning point around 2016 where people have looked back at this show. I wonder if it's Hogan. Ooh, that's interesting. Wasn't it 2015 that Hogan, all of that controversy came out? That's interesting. Because if you go back and look at the history, it's scoring consistently sevens. And then we get to 2015, 2016, bang. It's like someone turns on a light switch and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it starts getting sixes. And I wonder if that is because Hogan is basically the guy that stands tall at the end. And it's all about USA, and Hogan's the guy that's positioned as the centerpiece. And of course, you know, with those comments coming out around 2015 from Hogan, I wonder if there's been a bit of a hit to the score. I still think 6.6 is fair, but yeah, that's interesting. It's good, actually, that they allow you to see the old scores as they were coming in. But yeah, at one point when the ratings first started, this was getting 8 point something. Then it dropped to 7.8, and now it's dropped to sixes. In regards to what people are scoring the matches, highest rated match was the first match. Over 200 people have voted, and they've scored it 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10, which is interesting because out of 5, Dave Meltzer scored it a 4. So it got 4 out of 5 in the Observer, 4 stars for the opening match, and people scored it 8 out of 10. I don't know if that's too high or if that is correct. I enjoyed the match. I do think you could shave at least 3 to 5 minutes off it. I think it going nearly 20 minutes is a bit crazy for an opening tag match. But yeah, I mean, Dave Meltzer said it was his favorite WWE match, or it could be the best WWE match since Macho Man Ricky Steamboat. Bossman Barbarian, 2 3/4 stars. Slaughter Warrior, 3.5 stars. Actually thought that was fun with the outside interference. Didn't score Mountie Coco, don't know why. Ted DiBiase, Virgil, great moment with the turn. If you wanted talking points, you definitely got them out of this show. I think this is one that we would have scored quite favourably had we have watched it live. Looking for talking points. You get a banger match. You get the Slaughter new champ. You get Virgil turning on DiBiase. You get the Rumble and Hogan winning that. The Rumble gets 2 1/4 stars in the Observer out of 5. Gets 5.4 from people voting online. So people online were so-so. I'd say your score was higher. But yeah, all in all, it's not seen as a bad show. All in all, there's a lot of positivity around it. Big Time said, Rock Cena in 2012 broke the pay-per-view record with 1.3 pay-per-view buys. And WWE didn't match that until 2013. And they did 1.1 box office success. Yeah. The Rock Cena was a massive success. There's the 18th entrant was supposed to be Macho Man, said Alex. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, I think that's a cop-out. I mean, I understand a story about how Macho maybe doesn't want to come out, is still running away from the Warrior, but it's a bit of a shame to not have him come out, to be honest. I think I would have brought him out and had him really nervous. I would have had him come out just constantly, like, watching his back and, like, really jittery. I think I would have done that rather than just not give. I mean, like, do you know what I mean? You're counting down. That's the whole joy of the Rumble, innit? But, you know, that was the story they went with for that, so. Check the WrestleMania 29 cage match rating. Why? Why? For what reason? WrestleMania 29 is what, 2013? 2013. What was the date of Mania? Where is it? Was it a bit earlier that year? It's not jumping out at me. Surely it was April. Ah, there. WrestleMania pre-show. Is it that? Why am I struggling to find it? Oh, there it is. Why was it underneath the pre-show? That's weird. 5.4. That's pretty consistent as well. If you go back through the history, 5.8, 5s, 4s, people not loving it. But then I don't remember it being a good Mania, to be honest. Undertaker, CM Punk, the bright spot, but yeah, the rest of it was a throwaway. Meltzer giving the main event 3.5 stars. Giving Undertaker, Punk 4.25 stars. Everything else is, yeah, pretty much throwaway. Will 2026 be the year of toxic masculinity? Well, I think he's going to have a good little moment. I don't know how long he'll maintain it for.
because he is someone that is probably got over because of his music. I mean, can he back it up with in-ring work and promo work? I mean, that theme song's doing a lot of heavy lifting for him. And I feel like there'll come a moment where it will stop working. But certainly he's going to have, I think, a good little run now. People are loving that. Back then, it was about box office draws and less about match quality. Yep. But not even back. I mean, like, it's kind of always been that way. Real Russ, good night, bud. Okay, I think we're done. Appreciate people hanging with us. We are back tomorrow for Raw. Oh, it's early, innit? In my head, I was like, you're forgetting something. That's what I was forgetting. It's on early. So, it starts at 8 UK time. That's going to be 3 Eastern. So, that means that we are going to be starting at 6 Eastern. And so, it's going to be at 6 Eastern. No, hang on. It's at 8 UK. That means we'll start at 6. We always start 2 hours before. So, that means it's 1 Eastern that we're going to start. There we go. Getting all confused. So, yes, Raw is earlier tomorrow, just so you know, right? So, we're back tomorrow for Raw. Appreciate people hanging with us. I'm going to go and work on the community video. So, I'm going to get that done. And then I will try and get Unseen done, right? I need to get that out. I need to get that done. So, I'm going to go work on those. Back tomorrow for Raw, though. Appreciate people joining us. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.